Chapter 33:59. Illusion. It had to be an illusion. He shook his head and carefully sensed. Not only did the strange summoning not disappear, it became even stronger. What was going on? He had never been to the Demon Land before, so how could something summon him? Not only that, but the Devil Land also gave him a sense of familiarity. How do you feel? Because the man's back was facing Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, the two people and the wolf did not see the expression on his face. Don't be noisy! The man shouted without turning his head, his eyes constantly scanning the depths of the Demon Land. After confirming again and again, this familiar summoning was real. Is it really as old Qin and the others guessed? I am someone's reincarnation and I came here in my previous life? The man scratched his head in confusion. He always thought that the mystery of his birth was in the Nether King Hell, but now he was shaken. Could it be that his birth was the same as Qin Baishan's birth and could be in the sky cloud world? Little man, what are you doing? Seeing the man not move, the white-eyed wolf's face was filled with suspicion. The man came back to his senses and retreated from the demon power. Qin Feiyang said, "Quickly refine the demon power in your body." Demon power? The man stilled and then checked his body, only to find the demon power that had entered his body. What was this? Muttering, the man used his divine power, which was the evil power, to refine the demon power. However, a change occurred. When the man's evil power and the demon power met, the two quickly merged together and did not pose any threat to him. Even the man was stunned by this scene. The demon power and the evil power could merge together. Could it be that these two powers were born in the same place? What are you doing now? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf frowned. Since entering the Demon Land, why had this guy's actions become so strange? Could it be that his divine soul had already been corroded by the power of the Devil? The man looked at the man and wolf and entered the Devil Land without a word. A storm appeared around him. The formless demon power in the surroundings immediately surged into his body like a tide. What? Not only Qin Feiyang and the man, but even Pei Tianhong's expression changed. Other people would think of ways to prevent the devil energy from entering their body, but this person actually took the initiative to absorb it. He was courting death. But the man stood in the Demon Land with a very calm expression. The demon power continued to enter his body and quickly fused with the evil power. Furthermore, he discovered that as the two powers fused, a new power seemed to be born. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the man raised his arm and a dark red mysterious power slowly emerged from his palm. It was like a strand of hair. Although it looked inconspicuous, it emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. What is it? Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Pei Tianhong also felt this aura. Just this aura alone made their divine souls feel great danger. They couldn't help but be curious as they stepped out and landed beside the man. When they saw the dark red power at such a close distance, the sense of danger in their hearts became even stronger. It was as if just this strange power could cause great damage to their divine souls. Little man, I'm asking you a question. The white-eyed wolf urged. Are you deaf? There was no response. The man looked at the white-eyed wolf and then at Qin Feiyang and Pei Tianhong. Finally, he looked at the strange dark red power and shook his head. I also don't know what this is. You don't know? The two men and one wolf were shocked. Didn't this come from your body? Can you not joke around? The white-eyed wolf was very annoyed. The man's brow rose as he stared at the white-eyed wolf in annoyance. I really don't know because this is the product of the fusion of evil power and demon power. Fusion? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stared. Did they hear wrongly? Evil power and demon power could actually fuse? Didn't that mean that the man wasn't afraid of the demon power at all? What evil power? Pei Tianhong, on the other hand, was confused. It's none of your business. The man glanced at him indifferently. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and the man and said, I'm also puzzled. These two powers can actually fuse, and after fusing, a new kind of power was born. I even have a feeling that this strand of power should be able to heavily injure your souls. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stared at the dark red power with a strange light in their eyes. The white-eyed wolf suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled mischievously. Little Qin Zi, why don't you try and see how strong this power is? Qin Feiyang's body stiffened as he said angrily. Why don't you come? The man himself said that this power could heavily injure their divine souls. Although it was an uncertain statement, what if it could really be done? The white-eyed wolf smiled awkwardly as he glanced at Pei Tianhong. This old man's cultivation was strong. Even if his divine soul was hit, he wouldn't die. Snickering inwardly, the white-eyed wolf gave the man a look. The man also understood. With a wave of his hand, the dark red energy shot towards Pei Tianhong's forehead. What are you doing? Pei Tianhong was shocked. Just an experiment, take out your divine soul. The man grinned. Seeing Pei Tianhong's face darken, he said flatteringly. Don't worry, your cultivation is so high, nothing will happen. Pei Tianhong was speechless, but he felt that this power was not much of a threat to him. Didn't he say he would perform well? Fine. He would take the risk and try. Whoosh! The divine soul shot out of the forehead and collided with the dark red power. A shocking scene appeared. When it met with Pei Tianhong's divine soul, the dark red power turned into a bloody mist that wrapped tightly around Pei Tianhong's divine soul. Pei Tianhong's eyebrow rose. His divine soul also turned into a mist that wrapped around the dark red bloody mist and then started to refine it. Yet, the more he refined, the more shocked he was. This dark red power was even harder to refine than the Yin Mo power. Just this strand of power, if he wanted to change it into Yin Devil power, with his cultivation, he could do it in a few breaths. But this dark red power was extremely tenacious. Also, the corrosive power it contained was terrifying, as if it wanted to devour his divine soul. After several hundred breaths, he finally refined it. His divine soul immediately returned to his consciousness. He then looked at the man with his brows furrowed together, as if he was looking at a monster. How is it? The man looked expectantly at Pei Tianhong. Very strong. Pei Tianhong nodded. How strong is very strong? Can you be more clear? The white-eyed wolf was displeased. Pei Tianhong glanced at it and said in a low voice. Let's put it this way, someone with the same cultivation as the man will definitely not be able to block this power. No way. The white-eyed wolf did not believe it. Chapter 3360. You can try if you don't believe me. Pei Tianhong looked at the white-eyed wolf and said calmly. The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth and said, Let's try, who's afraid of who? Little man, come! Only a strand of power was born now. Man shook his head. The white-eyed wolf heard this and sighed inwardly. He looked at Pei Tianhong and said, Don't say I don't dare, it's he who doesn't. Pei Tianhong looked down on him. He was clearly scared to death but still had to pretend to be strong. Wasn't he tired? This power is not only strong, but it's also the same as the Yin demon power. It can enter anywhere. Even if the soul is in the knowledge sea, this power can still enter. Especially its toughness and corrosiveness, it's several times stronger than the Yin demon power. If man has enough of this power, then with this power, it's enough to destroy a faction. Pei Tianhong was shocked. This was the first time he saw such a strange power. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Pei Tianhong definitely wouldn't joke with them. Just this thing alone could destroy a faction. It was too strong. Of course. I'm not talking about the super factions, just normal factions. Also, if your cultivation is higher than man, then although you will be affected, the threat won't be too great. Pei Tianhong said again. Qin Feiyang heard this and turned to Man. He frowned and said, Senior brother, what kind of freak are you? You're the freak. Man glared at him and then looked into the depths of the Yin demon land. Actually, the strangest thing is that there seems to be something calling me. Calling you? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. A very intimate call. Man nodded. An intimate call. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered. He suddenly looked at Man in shock. Could it be your background? I think so too. Man nodded. This? Qin Feiyang couldn't believe it. Man's past was also related to the sky cloud realm? However, we can't jump to conclusions because we haven't confirmed it yet. Man shook his head again. He couldn't have too much hope. After all, there was a saying that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Since something is calling you and you can absorb the Eden Devil's power, what are we hesitating for? Let's charge in, the white-eyed wolf urged. Yes. The man nodded and turned around to grab Qin Feiyang's arm. A suction force appeared in his palm, and the Yin energy that had entered Qin Feiyang's body immediately flowed into the man's palm. This made Qin Feiyang very envious. Brother Wolf, when you were in the Nether King's Hell, weren't you able to absorb the evil energy? Why don't you give it a try and see if you can absorb the Yin Devil energy? Man suddenly looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, That's right. The white-eyed wolf patted his head and a powerful suction force appeared. The fallen leaves flew and gradually formed a huge whirlpool around him. Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help but retreat. Pei Tianhong was extremely depressed. The Yin Devil energy made all the creatures in the sky cloud realm tremble in fear. But the man and wolf in front of him actually took the initiative to absorb it into their bodies. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were monsters. After a while, the wind listened and the leaves fell. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at the three and grinned. Brother really has a divine physique. I can absorb any kind of energy. Awesome! Man gave a thumbs up. Qin Feiyang and Pei Tianhong were shocked. They could really absorb it? Isn't this too outrageous? Divine physique? It was really possible. The white-eyed wolf and man looked at each other, and then looked at Qin Feiyang at the same time. Jealous? Jealous? Looking at the man and wolf's faces, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. He glanced at Pei Tianhong and asked, Are you jealous? Jealous. Pei Tianhong was still in shock and instinctively nodded. But just as he finished speaking, he reacted and shook his head. There's nothing to be jealous of. That's right. What's there to be jealous of? Qin Feiyang chuckled and then looked at Man and White-Eyed Wolf. Besides, no matter how powerful you are, you can't block the slaughter domain. Hearing this, the man and wolf's veins popped. Can you stop showing off your slaughter domain in front of us? Are you jealous of my slaughter domain? Qin Feiyang chuckled and stepped out of the Yin Devil land. He waved his hand and Wang Changyuan appeared. When he saw the Yin Devil land, Wang Changyuan's pupils shrank. Although it wasn't his first time here, the reverence he had for the Yin Devil land was deeply ingrained in his heart. Unless he had no other choice, he really didn't want to step into this place. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't worry, this Yin Devil power is no longer a threat. No threat? Wang Changyuan was stunned. What did that mean? Could it be that the Yin Devil power had disappeared? He glanced at the Yin Demon land and suspiciously took a step forward. He landed in front of Pei Tianhong, the man, and the ingrate, and immediately felt the Yin Demon power enveloping them. It didn't disappear. Wang Changyuan frowned and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. It's fine, lead the way. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled and also landed beside them with a single step. How can it be fine? Wang Changyuan muttered. He didn't dare to disobey. He waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang, Man, and White-Eyed Wolf. He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the Yin Devil land. Demon Hall. In a large hall. The Demon Hall Master, Elder Hua, and Shu Yun sat together. We've finally gotten rid of our old enemy, the Blood Hall. It wasn't easy. Elder Hua sighed and smiled. Yeah. The Demon Hall Master and Shu Yun nodded and were filled with emotions. As the overlord of the western continent, they had stood tall in the sky cloud realm for countless years. In the end, they were defeated by a junior. They had to admit that fate made fools of them. Chuyun suddenly looked at Elder Hua and asked, "Since we've gotten rid of the Blood Hall, shouldn't we talk to Qin Feiyang?" "Talk about what?" Elder Hua was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. "Playing dumb? Of course it's about opening the door of potential," Chuyun said angrily. "About that." Elder Hua smiled and pondered for a while. "We've helped him so much. It shouldn't be a problem to ask, right? Why don't?" Elder Hua raised his head and looked at the Demon Hall Master and Chuyun, only to find that both of them were looking at him. "All right. I'll contact him." Elder Hua shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone and sent a message to Qin Feiyang. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response from the Divine Sound Transmission Stone. "What's going on?" Elder Hua frowned. The Demon Hall Master and Chuyun looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Elder Hua tried a few more times. Seeing that Qin Feiyang still didn't respond, he sent a message to Manan. After waiting for a long time, Manan still didn't respond. The Demon Hall Master couldn't sit still anymore. He looked at Elder Hua and said, "Did they run away with our sovereign divine weapon?" Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Chuyun's eyes. "They won't." Elder Hua waved his hand and said, "Didn't they say that they were going to the Yin Demon Land? I think they've already gone. You all know the situation in the Yin Demon Land. As long as they enter, they will lose contact." "Teacher, you trust them that much?" Chuyun raised her eyebrows. "You have to believe in this old man's judgment. This old man has never misjudged anyone. You are the best example. When this old man taught you back then, I also valued your character. Talent was only secondary. Look at you now. Have you disappointed this old man?" Elder Hua chuckled. "How can I be the same as them?" Chuyun looked at Elder Hua with dissatisfaction. Good. I was wrong. You're the best." Elder Hua smiled helplessly. He looked at the two of them and comforted them. "Believe in me. If they really ran away with the sovereign divine weapon, I promise that I'll find them even if I have to search the entire sky cloud boundary. We'll talk about it later. Aren't Zhua Tianxing, Lu Jingyuan, and the others still here?" Elder Hua added. "All right." The Demon Hall Master and Chuyun looked at each other and nodded. At this point, they could only believe it. Chapter 3361. The Yin Demon Land. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't enter for long before they encountered a fierce beast. It was a cheetah. It was about 12 meters long, with black fur all over its body, but its eyes were like blood, emitting a bloody light. The cheetah's cultivation was at the great perfection imperishable realm. If this cultivation was placed in the ancient world, it would definitely be an extremely strong existence. But in the sky cloud realm, it could only be considered average. After all, in the sky cloud realm, sovereign realm experts were like dogs, so what was a great perfection imperishable realm expert? However, this cheetah attracted Qin Feiyang's attention. "Stop," Qin Feiyang said. Wang Changyuan slammed on the brakes and stopped, looking suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was looking at the cheetah, he also looked at the prey, but didn't find anything unusual. Because he had been to the Yin Demon Land, the fierce beasts here all had blood-red eyes, so there was nothing strange about it. Including Pei Tiahong. He also didn't find anything unusual. But Qin Feiyang, the man, and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but frown. Pei Tiahong and Wang Changyuan had always lived in the sky cloud realm and had never been to the Nether King's Hell, so even if they saw this, they wouldn't find anything strange. But Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were different. They had been to the Nether King's Hell and were very familiar with the fierce beasts there. And the prey in front of them, although its fur wasn't blood-red, its eyes were extremely similar to the fierce beasts of the Nether King's Hell. "Senior brother, the white-eyed wolf. Do you think the fierce beasts of the Yin Demon Land are the same as the fierce beasts of the Nether King's Hell? Not only can they survive in the Yin Demon Land, But they can also use the power of the Yin demon to grow? Qin Feiyang frowned. The fierce beasts of the Nether King's hell grew by absorbing evil power. It's possible. The white-eyed wolf nodded. It's not possible, it's definitely like this. There's one more thing that I didn't tell you. I also have a sense of familiarity with the Yin demon power. The man frowned. He was very confused about everything he was facing right now. What? The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. On the side, Pei Tianhong and Wang heard this, their mouths agape. No kidding. A sense of familiarity with the Yin demon power? In the sky cloud realm, who didn't know that the power of the Yin demons was a nightmare that they couldn't get rid of? The Yin demon power was the biggest threat of the Yin demon land's hell's hell. Since ancient times, who knew how many living beings had been corroded by the power of the Yin demons and died here? Died a tts a die s die. They t no ts s great s, demon s. Now that the two have merged, a new power was born. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. His eyes suddenly trembled as he turned to look at the madman and asked, Senior brother, this Yin demon s Nether Kings was left here in your previous life? The madman was stunned and then rolled his eyes. Do you really think I'm the reincarnation of some great being? That's not a possibility. Qin Feiyang smiled. Come on, I don't believe it. I'd rather believe that I was born extraordinary, with good character and good luck. The madman narcissistically rubbed his chin and laughed. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Others might have been more like it, but who doesn't know who you are in the ancient world? Just as the two people and the wolf were chatting, the prey noticed the group of people. Its blood-red eyes immediately looked towards the group of people, and an ominous glint flashed. But when it saw that the cultivation of the group was unfathomable, it immediately roared in fear and ran away with its tail between its legs. It's quite self-aware. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. It was about to eat meat. I wonder if leopard meat tastes good? Continue. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan nodded and continued forward with the others. The reason why he let Wang Changyuan lead the way was because only Wang Changyuan knew where he had seen the fire dragon before. Next, they encountered many beasts. However, some of them didn't have blood-red eyes and looked like normal beasts. Old Pei, let me ask you a few questions. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at Pei Tianhong. Go ahead. Although he didn't try to curry favor with him like Wang Changyuan, his current attitude was still okay. From the general situation, the beasts with blood-red eyes should live in the Yin demon land all year round and can absorb the Yin demon's power. As for the ferocious beasts with normal-colored eyes, they probably came from the outside, right? Qin Feiyang asked. That's right. The beasts are the same as us humans. When they see a good place, they naturally want to go in to look for opportunities. However, they don't dare to go too deep. They only dare to take it from the edge. Pei Tianhong explained. Can the beasts living in the Yin demon land leave the Yin demon land? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. When he was in the Nether King's hell, he talked to the King of Hell and said that whether it was the blood demon race or the beast in the Nether King's hell, they couldn't leave the evil force. Since the evil force and the Yin demon's power belong to the same source, the beasts in the Yin demon land shouldn't be able to leave the Yin demon land. The beasts living here can go out, but they won't be out for too long, Pei Tianhong said. In general, they still can't leave the Yin demon's power? Qin Feiyang asked. Pei Tianhong nodded and smiled faintly. To them, the Yin demon's power is equivalent to food. Without food, they won't be able to survive. It seems like the evil force and the Yin demon's power are really connected. Maybe these two powers came from the same place. Qin Feiyang muttered. Hearing this, the frenzy's expression was a little hesitant. Was the mystery of his origin in the Yin demon land? In the blink of an eye. An hour passed. Qin Feiyang had already reached his limit. The Yin demon's power in his body was crazily rushing towards his soul. Senior brother, hurry. Qin Feiyang looked at the frenzy and urged him. If he didn't absorb it now, he would definitely die here. The frenzy raised his hand and grabbed Qin Fei Yang's shoulder. The Yin demon's power in Qin Fei Yang's body turned into a flood and rushed into the frenzy's body. Seeing this scene, Wang Changyuan's face was filled with shock. Following which, the frenzy raised his hands and pressed them on Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan's shoulders. The Yin demon's power in their bodies also quickly disappeared. Pervert! Wang Changyuan muttered. He finally understood why Qin Fei Yang told him not to worry. The frenzy could absorb the Yin demon's power. Wait! He looked towards the white-eyed wolf. This fellow didn't react at all. Could he also absorb the Yin demon's power? Before coming into contact with them, he felt that the reason why Qin Fei Yang and the others were terrifying was because of the ruler weapon and slaughter domain. But now that he interacted with them, as his understanding of Qin Fei Yang and the others deepened, the shock in his heart became stronger and stronger. These people were all monsters and couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in front. There's a battle? And it's the aura of a human! Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan looked at each other, their eyes flashing. What's so strange about people fighting in this place? The frenzy shook his head and smiled. No. Pei Tianhong waved his hand. What do you mean? The frenzy was slightly stunned and looked at him suspiciously. If it's a battle between beasts or a battle between beasts and humans, then it's normal. For example, the beasts we met along the way, if it wasn't for us being strong, they would have attacked us long ago. But it's hard to encounter a battle between humans in a place like the Yin Demon Land. Pei Tianhong shook his head. Why? The frenzy was even more confused. Because those who enter the Yin Demon Land are here to find fortuitous encounters and won't easily attack. Because this place is too dangerous, if they attack others, it will only make their situation worse. So, normally speaking, if they meet other people, they will either take a detour or cooperate. Although this cooperation is also using each other, before they find a fortuitous encounter, they won't scheme against each other. After all, one more companion means one more chance of survival. So, in the Yin Demon Land, as long as there is a battle between humans, it's basically because they have found a fortuitous encounter or a divine item. They will fight for these items. Pei Tianhong explained. When the frenzy heard this, he frowned and asked, You mean, there's a fortuitous encounter or divine item ahead? Most likely. Pei Tianhong nodded. The frenzy's eyes lit up and he chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Old Wang, let's go. Wang Changyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. There were already 2 Dominator weapons, was there a need to join in the fun? However, he didn't say anything and led them towards the direction of the battle. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed, and he suddenly looked at Pei Tianhong and asked, Little Pei, are there many treasures in the Yin Demon Land? Cough, cough. Pei Tianhong coughed and looked helplessly at the white-eyed wolf. Can you not call me that? I'm a famous person. If others hear this, won't they laugh at me behind my back? Is there a problem with this? Do you think I will call a normal person that? As long as it's someone I approve of, I will call them that. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. So, I have to feel honored? Pei Tianhong looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Of course. The white-eyed wolf nodded shamelessly. All right. Pei Tianhong nodded and smiled bitterly. Not only was his ability abnormal, but his personality was also weird. He then said, There are definitely many divine items in the Yin Demon Land, but there aren't many at the periphery. After all, be it humans or beasts, they are all wandering around the periphery. Since ancient times, who knows how many creatures have entered the Yin Demon Land and most of the treasures have been taken away by them. So, if you want to find divine items and fortuitous encounters in the Yin Demon Land, you have to go to the Central Region, Inner Region, and Core Region. Especially the Core Region, not only are there large amounts of divine items, but it is also said that there are inheritances of the power of laws. Pei Tianhong's eyes had a trace of yearning. Chapter 3362. Inheritance? Qin Fei Yang, Frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf all looked at him in shock. Don't you find it unbelievable? The power of law can be inherited? Pei Tianhong looked at the two of them and the wolf with a trace of pride on his face. Shameless. It's not like we haven't seen it before. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. What? You guys have seen an inheritance? This time, it was Pei Tianhong who was stunned, including Wang Changyuan. Not to mention seeing the inheritance of the power of law, not many people had even heard of it. This was because everyone thought that the power of law could only be comprehended by oneself. They didn't know that it could be inherited. Seen it before? You're looking down on us. Not only have we seen it before, but one of us has also received the inheritance. The white-eyed wolf smiled mysteriously. Who is it? Pei Tianhong was curious. Far away in the horizon but close in front of you. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Far away in the horizon but close in front of you? Pei Tianhong was stunned and looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. It's you? Me? The white-eyed wolf said with disdain. I'm such an awesome character. Do I still need an inheritance? When it was placed in front of me, I didn't even take a look. Pei Tianhong's mouth twitched. This awesome character scored full marks. But thinking about it, this wolf cub could directly plunder and integrate with the power of law. As long as he focused on the strongest law, there was no need for him to go for other laws. Then it's you guys? Pei Tianhong looked at Qin Feiyang in frenzy. At that time, I didn't want the inheritance either. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You didn't want it either? Pei Tianhong was stunned. Who exactly were these people? They didn't even want the inheritance placed in front of them. If it was someone else, they would probably burn incense and pray to Buddha. As expected, demons had the capital to be arrogant. The white-eyed wolf also had enough of keeping them in suspense and smiled. It's little frenzy. His law of death is from the inheritance. Are you the only one who talks nonsense? Frenzy stared fiercely. He felt a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang's karma laws were comprehended by himself, while his death laws were inherited. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to Qin Feiyang? Therefore, when the white-eyed wolf brought up this matter, he did not pay any attention to it. I see. Pei Tianhong was enlightened. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, when the inheritance came, did it come with its own ultimacy? I don't think so. The white-eyed wolf shook its head and looked at Man, but Man ignored it. Pei Tianhong was shocked when he heard that. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, He's stronger than you. Stronger than me? The white-eyed wolf was not convinced. Yeah. Although his law of death was inherited, the fact that he was able to comprehend the fifth profundity so quickly proves that he's indeed more powerful than you. After all, your three great supreme laws were directly plundered. Pei Tianhong said. That makes sense. Man finally spoke. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said in disdain, No matter what, I'm still stronger than you. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. He said angrily, Why don't you look at the process, and only look at the results? Then you'll probably lose even more miserably. Although you're stronger than me and old Qin now, we're confident that we'll surpass you sooner or later. Man chuckled. Is that possible? The white-eyed wolf looked at the two in disdain and said proudly, So what if you surpass me in the future? Anyway, I'm stronger than you now. This is a fact that you can't deny. Shameless. Man snorted. He then looked at Pei Tianhong and asked, Then, is there any supreme law inheritance in the core area of the Yin Demon Land? I heard there is. And there are rumors that there are supreme laws that come with their own ultimacy. Pei Tianhong said. What? He has his own supreme profound? The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang and Man were the same. If there really was such an inheritance, then the core area of the Yin Demon Land was definitely worth the risk. Of course, this is just a rumor. Because no one from the Sky Cloud Field has been to the core area. Even I am the same. Pei Tianhong shook his head and sighed. Never been there? The three people and one wolf were stunned. Yes. Because the Yin demon power in the core area is even more terrifying. Not to mention the inner area and core area, even the middle area has 5 times more demon power than here. It's said that the core area has at least 100 times more demon power than here. Even with our cultivation, we can only stroll around the entrance of the inner area. Even in the inner area, we have to refine the demon power in our body every once in a while. But the key point is that your refining speed can't keep up with the speed of it entering your body. So we don't dare to rashly enter the inner area, not to mention the core area. For us, the core area is a place of no return. People from the eastern continent usually don't have a time and space teleportation divine artifact or time and space laws. If they want to pass through the demon land to the other continent, they have to go around the inner area and the core area. Pei Tianhong explained. So it's like this. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf nodded. So to be honest, I also want to go in and take a look. Pei Tianhong smiled. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. What's the problem with that? Right now, we'll fulfill your last wish. Last wish? Pei Tianhong's face darkened. He found that he really couldn't chat with this wolf cub. Nothing good came out of his mouth. However, with this wolf cub and man here, he might be able to fulfill his wish and enter the core area to take a look. At the same time, Wang Changyuan was also looking forward to it. For perfection sovereign realm experts like them who grasp the highest profundities, the core area of the sky cloud realm's 4 forbidden lands was the true forbidden land. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment before looking at Wang Changyuan and asking, Old Wang, where did you meet Elder Hua last time? The central area. Wang Changyuan didn't even think and directly replied. Clearly, he had a deep impression of what happened back then. Then where did he disappear to? Qin Feiyang asked again. I didn't catch up to him at that time, but according to his trajectory, he should be in the inner area. Wang Changyuan guessed. The inner area, the core area, Qin Feiyang muttered. It seemed like finding the fire dragon wasn't an easy task. The strangest thing was, why was Elder Hua in the demon land? Could it be, suddenly? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled and his face was filled with bewilderment. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf and man looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at them and asked, Do you still remember how the fire dragon came to the sky cloud domain? Of course, it was the ice dragon and small beast that asked him to come. Man nodded. That's right. Since the ice dragon and small beast asked him to come, why did he come to the demon land when the sky cloud domain is so big? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Man pondered for a moment before his gaze trembled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You mean the demon land might be the ice dragon's true lair? What? This is the ice dragon's lair. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan's bodies trembled as their eyes were filled with fear. If this was really the ice dragon's lair, then wouldn't they be sending themselves to their deaths by coming here? Ha ha! The white-eyed wolf laughed. What are you laughing at? Pei Tianhong and Man looked at him in confusion. What was there to be happy about? Enemies are bound to meet, shouldn't I be laughing? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Pei Tianhong and Man were speechless. This wolf cub was really not afraid of anything. Don't worry, if the ice dragon dares to attack us, he would have already done it himself. Why wait until now? This brother is thinking that if his lair is really hidden here, then there must be a lot of treasures. When the time comes, we can just rob them all. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up as he smiled sinisterly. All right. If you want to go, then go. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Wang Changyuan shook his head. Pei Tianhong also agreed with Wang Changyuan for once. What kind of joke was this? What was the difference between robbing the ice dragon's lair and seeking death? Only a fool would do such a thing. Look at your cowardice! The white-eyed wolf looked at the two in disdain. This isn't a matter of cowardice, it's self-awareness. We don't have the strength, so don't provoke him. Besides, what if he attacks you personally? Just thinking about it made Pei Tianhong's scalp numb. Because he had direct contact with the ice dragon, he knew how powerful it was. If the ice dragon was willing to attack, the entire sky cloud realm could be razed to the ground in an instant. Who would want to provoke such a terrifying expert? That makes sense. Although he won't attack us personally, I'm afraid that you two, after all, you two betrayed him. Looking at Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan, the white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. Hearing this, the two were even more terrified. That's enough. Don't scare them. Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf and looked into the depths of the Yin Demon land. Whether the ice dragon's lair is here or not, I want to enter the core area to see. I want to see what secrets are hidden inside. Hearing this, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan looked at each other helplessly. Since Qin Feiyang had to go, they could only follow. They only hoped that it wasn't the ice dragon's lair. Otherwise, even if they had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between the ice dragon's teeth. While talking, the battlefield in front was getting closer and closer. There were not only 2 people, but at least a dozen people fighting. The ripples from the battle were like a tide, rolling over. Like an earthquake, the ground was trembling and the mountains were shaking. It seems like they really are peak dominator realm. Wang Changyuan muttered. He decisively activated his law force and formed a barrier, isolating the ripples outside. Otherwise it would harm Qin Feiyang, Man, and the white-eyed wolf. They are destroying the Yin Demon land on such a large scale, don't the beasts here care? Man frowned. There's no need to care. Because no matter how serious the damage is, everything will automatically return to normal the next day. Pei Tianhong said. Automatically return to normal? Man was shocked. Wasn't this similar to the God-Demon Forest? The God-Demon Forest was the same. You can destroy it however you want and everything will return to normal. First, it was the evil force and Yin Demon Force. Now, it was automatically returning to normal. If one were to say that the Yin Demon Land and Nether King Hell had nothing to do with each other, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Chapter 3363. Dozens of breaths later. Qin Feiyang and the others stopped in the air and looked at the battlefield in the distance. There were 2 groups of people. One side had 8 people and the other side had 9 people. All kinds of laws, heaven-defying divine artifacts, heaven-defying divine arts flew in the sky. Accompanied by loud rumbling sounds, the ground kept shattering and the void crazily collapsed. It was like the scene of the end of the world. So intense? Man was surprised. They were fighting with their lives on the line. What was it that was worth them fighting so hard? None of them comprehended a supreme intent. They're just a bunch of ants. Pei Tianhong's eyes were full of disdain. Man looked at him in shock. However, when one thought about it, it made sense. He was a mighty overlord who possessed the supreme profundities of supreme laws. Ordinary perfect sovereigns were indeed no different from ants before him. Wang Changyuan was scanning the battlefield when he suddenly pointed at the ground below and shouted, "Look!" Qin Feiyang's group and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. They looked down and their eyes flashed with surprise. Right below the battlefield, there was a grassland about 10 feet wide. There was a cluster of black flames floating above the grassland. The flame was the size of a palm and was like a ghost fire. It merged with the darkness of the night, and couldn't be noticed if one didn't look carefully. Moreover, there were barriers around the flame. These barriers were formed by the power of laws and should have been set up by the 2 sides in advance to prevent the flame from being affected during the battle. This should be pill fire? Pei Tianhong observed for a while and said. He wasn't sure. Because there was a barrier, he felt the aura of the flame. He didn't know if it was pill fire or some other flame. Pill fire? Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the 2 sides. He whispered, "They should be fighting for this flame. Since it can make them fight so hard, it definitely isn't ordinary." Makes sense. Man nodded and looked at Wang Changyuan. He smiled and said, "Old Wang, what are you waiting for? Go and get it." Right now, Qin Feiyang needed pill fire. Last time, he asked Xingde to go to Mo Lu, but Mo Lu couldn't take it out and had to find Xu Yun. But because there were too many things, Qin Feiyang didn't think of this matter when he saw Chu Yun. Besides, he didn't want to trouble Chu Yun all the time, because he could see that Chu Yun did not like him very much, let alone trust him. All right. Wang Changyuan nodded and stepped out of the barrier, heading straight for the flames. The dozen or so people were too engrossed in their fight to notice him. It went very smoothly. Wang Changyuan arrived in front of the barrier. Then, the law of thunder rolled out. With the power of thunder, he punched the barrier. Crack! Following a series of crisp sounds, the barriers shattered one after another. It was also at this moment. When the two parties who were fighting above heard the commotion, they immediately lowered their heads to look at Wang Changyuan. Their brows furrowed in anger. He actually dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Boom! At the same time, there were a total of 17 people on both sides. They stopped fighting at the same time and joined forces to attack Wang Changyuan. Everyone's eyes were emitting intense killing intent. They still dared to attack old Wang? Man was surprised. Although Wang Changyuan was once the vice commander of the Blood Hall's secret guards, he rarely goes to other continents. Even if he goes to other continents, he comes and goes alone and doesn't show his face in front of others. Moreover, the Eden Devil Land is located between the eastern and southern continents. Most of the people who come here are from the eastern and southern continents, so many know his name, but not many have seen him before. Pei Tianhong explained. It turns out that this is the way of the strong. Only by remaining mysterious can one appear to be unfathomable. Man bared his teeth. Pei Tianhong smiled bitterly. What did this have to do with remaining mysterious? It was purely because he didn't want to have any interactions with unnecessary people. Courting death! Wang Changyuan raised his head and looked at the group of people. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he directly activated the Supreme Profound, Eye of Thunder. This is the Supreme Profound of the Law of Thunder. Not good, retreat! The 17 of them were all sovereigns. Although they had never seen Wang Changyuan before, they knew the Supreme Profound of the various laws. The moment they saw the Eye of Thunder, their expressions changed. They knew that they had encountered a ruthless person and immediately turned to flee. Although treasures were important, their lives were more important. You still want to leave? Wang Changyuan was once Pei Tianhong's trusted aide and was even personally trained by Pei Tianhong. His personality was naturally similar to Pei Tianhong's, ruthless. Rumble! Streaks of destructive lightning shot out, and the aura locked onto the 17 of them. No, my lord, we didn't mean to offend you. We'll give you that alchemy fire. Please give us a way out. The 17 of them begged in fear. Why were they so unlucky? They had finally found a divine item, but in the end, a supreme expert with Supreme Profound appeared out of nowhere. It's really an alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He immediately looked at the black flame with anticipation in his eyes. What rank would the alchemy fire be? Right now, he wasn't interested in anything lower than rank 7. However, based on the way these people were fighting, it shouldn't be lower than rank 7. No! At the very least, it should be a rank 9 alchemy fire for it to be so tempting. If it was really a rank 9 alchemy fire, then they would be considered lucky this time. Because even Mo Lu couldn't take out such an alchemy fire, one could imagine how rare it was. Hearing those people begging, Wang Changyuan was indifferent. He sneered. I want the alchemy fire. I want the people too. Dozens of destructive lightning bolts shot out like lightning, and the terrifying aura destroyed everything in all directions. No! Accompanied by a series of screams, the 17 of them fell from the sky one after another, not even leaving behind a corpse. This was the power of Supreme Profound. Directly crushing. A bunch of ants indeed. Wang Changyuan smiled disdainfully. He turned off his Supreme Profound, looked down at the flame, and reached out to grab it. Whoosh! However, right at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared and grabbed the black flame before Wang Changyuan. It activated an assist-type divine art and flew away without looking back. And looking at its speed, it was a supreme assist-type divine art. This sudden change stunned Wang Changyuan. Even Qin Feiyang, the frenzied one, the white-eyed wolf, and Pei Tianhong were shocked. There was actually someone hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. You are really snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Pei Tianhong came back to his senses and looked at the black figure that was about to disappear into the night. He muttered to himself and took a step forward. His entire person seemed to merge into the river of time and instantly disappeared. Instant time. There is actually someone who dares to act rashly in front of us. Interesting. The frenzied one's face was full of ridicule. You think Wang Changyuan is the strongest? As long as you get rid of Wang Changyuan, you can get the alchemy fire? Wrong. There is someone even more terrifying than Wang Changyuan here. This black shadow had kicked an iron plate. Wang Changyuan also came back to his senses and prepared to chase. But seeing Pei Tianhong chase, he gave up and turned to fly towards Qin Feiyang, the frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf. Actually, he was very vexed in his heart. He was too careless. He let Pei Tianhong grab the chance to perform. Although he had already opened the door to all his potential and didn't need to perform as hard as before, but there was a good saying. If a person can help you, then they can also destroy you. Furthermore, he was now controlled by the slave seal and had to be loyal to Qin Feiyang for the rest of his life. Therefore, he must continue to perform. For example, the position of commander. If he didn't perform well, would Qin Feiyang give it to him? In short, regarding his future fate, he must not be careless. I'm sorry, young master. Wang Changyuan walked over with his head lowered. His face was full of self-blame. Although he knew that Qin Feiyang wouldn't blame him, he still had to put on an act. It's fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Boom! But before he finished, another terrifying aura suddenly appeared behind Wang Changyuan. Be careful! Qin Feiyang, the frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly changed. Because they were facing Wang Changyuan, they could immediately see the situation behind Wang Changyuan. They saw that behind Wang Changyuan, there was another black shadow. The most important thing was, in the black shadow's hand, there was a dagger that glittered with cold light. It was a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. Moreover, the speed of the black shadow was also extremely fast. Before Wang Changyuan could react, the dagger was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, showing its sharp fangs and directly piercing into Wang Changyuan's sea of qi. Ah! Wang Changyuan cried out miserably in pain. His powerful aura immediately dissipated. Obviously, his sea of qi was broken. He was covered in cold sweat. He was too careless to hide two black shadows. He quickly looked at Qin Feiyang, the frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf in front of him and shouted, You guys go! Go! The black shadow smiled sinisterly, pulled out the dagger, and looked up at Qin Feiyang, the frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf. Wang Changyuan rushed in front of the two men and the wolf. Although his sea of qi was destroyed, he still stood in front of Qin Feiyang and the others bravely. This made Qin Feiyang feel quite touched. Because this was a kind of instinctive behavior, and it was completely different from deliberately showing it. Instincts were the subconscious of people. This was the most authentic side of people. If Wang Changyuan could have this kind of subconscious, it meant that he had really started to treat him as his master. Get lost! The black shadow snorted and kicked Wang Changyuan. With a crisp crack, Wang Changyuan was not only kicked out, but also had several of his ribs broken. His face was distorted from the pain. Bastard, if you dare to touch a hair of the young master, I will not let you go even if you go to heaven or hell! Wang Changyuan roared. Okay, don't talk anymore. Take care of your injuries. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wang Changyuan and smiled. Then he looked back at the black shadow and said with a faint smile, If you want to kill and rob, you have to find the right target. Now you have found us. Haha, I can only say that your eyesight is not very good. Kill and rob? The black shadow was stunned and said in astonishment, You actually think that I am the same as those people Wang Changyuan killed before? No. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wait. This person actually knew Wang Changyuan? What was going on? Could it be that he met an enemy? He lured Pei Tianhong away and destroyed Wang Changyuan's Sea of Qi just to kill him, the frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf? Chapter 3364. Man Nan looked at the black shadow and raised his eyebrows. Don't be so mysterious. Show your true face. You want to see my true face? I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance. Just die for no reason. The black shadow laughed sinisterly. The dagger in his hand flickered like a ghost hiding in the night sky as it swept toward Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. Since you know I'm Qin Feiyang, why are you courting death? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. As his voice fell, the horsetail whisk suddenly appeared. What? The Blood Hall's sovereign divine weapon is also in your hands? The black shadow's expression changed. You think it's in Pei Tianhong's hands? Qin Feiyang sneered. What happened in the Blood Hall? Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong are by your side, and even the sovereign divine weapon is in your hands. Why didn't I hear about this when I returned to the eastern continent half a month ago? The black shadow was extremely flustered. He then turned around and fled without looking back. Clang! The horsetail whisk shook slightly and a wisp of divine power shrouded over. The black shadow was immediately imprisoned in the void. Why is it like this? The black shadow roared in his heart. This was completely beyond his imagination. Although he knew Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong, and although he didn't know why they were by Qin Feiyang's side, the horsetail whisk was the Blood Hall's sovereign divine weapon, so it must be in Pei Tianhong's hands. But he never expected that it would be in Qin Feiyang's hands. What was going on? Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the black shadow. He reached out and took the dagger from the black shadow's hand. The dagger was a sovereign divine weapon and had an artifact spirit. But at this moment, it didn't dare to struggle in front of Qin Feiyang. Because the sovereign divine weapon's aura was too terrifying. Qin Feiyang grabbed the dagger with a faint smile on his face. In the black shadow's eyes, this smile was like a devil's smile. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He wanted to struggle. He even wanted to self-destruct. However, the might of the horsetail whisk was like a sky full of frost, sealing him in ice. You returned to the eastern continent half a month ago. That means you're from the eastern continent. Those who have a grudge against me in the eastern continent have either died in my hands or reconciled with me. I'm really curious. Who are you? Qin Feiyang smiled and casually stabbed his saber into the black shadow's abdomen. Blood immediately spurted out. With the Sea of Qi shattered, the power of the horsetail whisk loosened slightly. The black shadow immediately howled miserably. Qin Feiyang pulled out his dagger and stood silently at the side with a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was enjoying a good show. After the black shadow stopped screaming, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Was this the famous Qin Feiyang of the eastern continent? Whether it was his methods or his mentality, almost no one in the younger generation could match him. Now you can reveal your true face. After a while, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The frenzied one, the white-eyed wolf, and Wang Changyuan also walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the black shadow curiously. The black shadow was wearing a black robe with a black mask on his face. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, making him look very mysterious. Wang Changyuan looked at the black shadow and then at Qin Feiyang. Since he knows me and Pei Tianhong, he must have a certain background in the eastern continent. Seeing the black shadow staring at them without any intention of taking off his mask, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Looks like we still have to do it. Old Wang, be ruthless. Understood. Wang Changyuan nodded and laughed sinisterly. Although his Sea of Qi had been destroyed, he still had his spirit. A wisp of spirit emerged and covered his palm as if he was wearing a glove. He raised his hand and slapped the black shadow's face. Crack! The mask shattered on the spot. This slap contained all of Wang Changyuan's strength and fury. How dare he sneak attack him? Wasn't this courting death? Not only was the mask shattered, but the black shadow was also sent flying. His teeth were shattered and mixed with blood. Half of his face was also lacerated. He was in a very sorry state. Vent your anger! Qin Feiyang looked at him with a smile and asked. Vent my anger! Wang Changyuan nodded and smiled. Qin Feiyang said. Then drag him over here. Okay. Wang Changyuan nodded and walked over. He grabbed the black shadow's arm and dragged him in front of Qin Feiyang like a dead dog. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Raise your head and let me see. The black shadow lowered his head and turned a deaf ear. Damn it, don't you understand? Wang Changyuan slapped him again. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Don't. How can I recognize him when he's beaten beyond recognition? Qin Feiyang quickly stopped him. Wang Changyuan was stunned. He scratched his head and smiled. Young master, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Following that, Wang Changyuan raised his arm and grabbed the black shadow's neck, forcefully raising the black shadow's head. Because of Wang Changyuan's 2 slaps, the left side of his face was badly mutilated, but the right side of his face was intact. However, Qin Feiyang, Man, and White-Eyed Wolf all revealed looks of doubt. They had never seen this middle-aged face before. What was going on? But at the same time, Wang Changyuan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. You recognize him? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan stared at the intact half of his face, pondered for a while, and suddenly slapped his head. He looked at the black shadow and sneered. So it's you! Who? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wang Changyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young master, don't you know? He is from your Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Rogue Cultivator Alliance? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at White-Eyed Wolf and Man, but the White-Eyed Wolf and Man shook their heads, indicating that they had no impression of him. Wang Changyuan said, It seems that you have indeed not seen him before. He is the son of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's 10th elder. I have seen him once before, so I have some impression of him. 10th elder's son? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other. This was too much of a coincidence. They actually met this person. They had indeed not seen this person before, but he was not unfamiliar at all, because they had investigated this person's whereabouts before. Zhua Tianxing, Lu Jingyuan, and Elder Yu had investigated and found out that they had entered the Yin Devil Land many years ago. They originally thought that this person might have encountered a mishap, but who would have thought that not only was he alive and well, he had even broken through to the sovereign realm. Since he was the 10th elder's son, there was indeed a deep hatred between them. Man shook his head and sneered. We didn't come to find you, but you took the initiative to find us. I really don't understand. How can there be such a foolish person? Isn't it good to be alive? But the 10th elder's son did not say a word. He stared at Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf, his eyes full of hatred. You were in the Yin Devil Land back then. You don't know the situation back then. This matter, the fault lies with your son Feng Wanyun, Feng Wanjian, and your old man, the 10th elder. We were only forced to retaliate. To be honest, they deserve to die. They do not deserve any sympathy. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Chapter 3365. Don't be complacent. You will die in the Yin Demon Land sooner or later. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with hatred. We don't know if we will die, but you will definitely die. The madman laughed. The middle-aged man was not afraid of death. His half of his face was filled with a cold smile. Even there was a trace of mockery towards the madman. The madman raised his eyebrows. This person's gaze was really annoying. Whoosh! But at this time, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Pei Tianhong grabbed another black figure and landed beside Qin Feiyang like lightning. This is... When the black figure saw the horsetail whisk, he immediately let out a cry of surprise. It was actually a woman's voice. Pei Tianhong waved his hand and threw the black figure at Qin Feiyang's feet. It seems to be someone from your Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Someone from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance again? Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Wang Changyuan was also stunned. He grabbed the black figure's chin and raised the black figure's head. A middle-aged woman's face immediately appeared. Who is it? Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf were suspicious. It was a face that they had never seen before. Wang Changyuan thought for a while and revealed a look of understanding. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He pointed at the middle-aged man and smiled. Young master, this is his woman. The two people and the wolf were stunned and immediately shook their heads and laughed. So it was Feng Wanyan and Feng Wanjian's mother. It had to be said that fate was really wonderful. I'm very curious. You and your wife returned to the Eastern Continent half a month ago. Even if the Blood Hall incident had not happened yet, you should have some understanding of our situation. So why did you come to ambush us? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The Blood Hall was destroyed not long ago, so they were still planning half a month ago. However, he had the ancient castle and the slaughter zone. Basically everyone knew about it. Logically speaking, the existence of the ancient castle and the slaughter zone should be enough to deter this couple. So why did they still come to die? That's because we know that the slaughter domain requires a large amount of blood. You definitely won't open it easily. We also know that the castle is a sovereign divine weapon that you can't control. Moreover, your ancient castle is usually placed in the Black Tortoise world. Now that the Een Devil Land is unable to enter the Black Tortoise world, even if you're in danger, the ancient castle won't be able to come out and save you. Therefore, even if Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong are here, as long as we are careful, we can definitely kill you. But I never expected that the Blood Hall's Dominator divine weapon would be in your hands. What happened these days? Why are Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong with you? Why isn't the sovereign weapon with Pei Tianhong? Why is it with you? The couple was puzzled. If it weren't for the Blood Hall's sovereign divine weapon, he would have been able to kill Qin Feiyang, Li Qiye, and the white-eyed wolf. Because not long ago, the Blood Hall was eliminated by me. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the sovereign weapon have all submitted to me. Qin Feiyang said lightly. What? You've eliminated the Blood Hall? The couple looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked. One more question. When did you come to the Een Demon Land after returning to the Eastern Continent? When we returned to the Eastern Continent and heard what happened to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, we immediately returned to the Een Demon Land after learning that Father, Yun'er, and Jian'er had died in your hands. Because we were afraid of exposing our whereabouts and being discovered by you. As for now, we originally wanted to return to the Eastern Continent to ask about you, but we didn't expect to encounter a 9th-level divine pill fire. We originally planned to wait for the two groups of people to mutually injure each other before coming out to reap the benefits. But we didn't expect you to come here as well, so what happened next happened. The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked suspiciously. Then why did you return to the Een Demon Land half a month ago? After all, with your cultivation, you could have lurked in the Eastern Continent and waited for an opportunity. This has nothing to do with you. The couple replied indifferently. The Een Demon Land is so dangerous. You came out alive with great difficulty, but in the end, you returned to the Een Demon Land. Why do I feel that the Een Demon Land has become your shelter? And Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, why do you know that I can't control the ancient castle? Don't tell me you asked because no one in the Sky Cloud realm knows about this except for Master and the others. You seem to know me very well? That's right. Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf slapped their heads and finally reacted. The fact that they couldn't control the ancient castle was a little secret in the Sky Cloud realm. More importantly, this couple had been in the Een Demon Land all this time, so it was even more impossible for them to know. Something was strange. The people of the Sky Cloud realm don't know, but it doesn't mean that people in other places don't know. Qin Feiyang, do you really think you can kill us? I dared to let Madame restrain Pei Tianhong, so how could I not have a trump card in hand? The middle-aged man suddenly sneered, and a dazzling white divine light suddenly emerged from his forehead. At the same time, the middle-aged woman's forehead was the same as white divine light surged out. What's that? Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly had a trace of surprise in their eyes. Under the white divine light, there seemed to be a blood imprint. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the two's crippled qis and injuries were instantly healed. Swish! Immediately after, the two suddenly jumped up, activated the supreme level auxiliary technique, and fled into the depths of the Yin demon land like lightning. I didn't see wrong, it's indeed blood, so familiar. Frenzy frowned. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang were the same. Suddenly, the two men and one wolf's eyes trembled as they roared. It's a blood imprint. Qin Feiyang immediately shouted. Horsetail Whisk, Old Pei, we can't let them escape, we must keep them alive. Clang! The horsetail whisk shook, shattering the sky, and took the lead to disappear into the night sky. Pei Tianhong also activated momentary time and chased after them like lightning. Young master, what kind of blood imprint made you so surprised? Wang Changyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, when you first met the fire dragon, didn't you see a blood imprint on its forehead? Yes. It's a fiery red blood imprint. Wang Changyuan nodded. This blood imprint is not only fiery red, but also white, gold, and blood. The strongest is fiery red, followed by white, then gold and blood. Back then, when we were in the lower realms, we encountered these blood imprints. At that time, the 10 strongest guardians under the fire dragon had white blood imprints on their foreheads. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Wang Changyuan was shocked when he heard this, and asked, according to what you said, these two people are related to the fire dragon? Chapter 3366. It's definitely related. Because only the fire dragon has this type of blood word imprint in the sky cloud field. The fact that these two could enter the perfection sovereign realm so quickly and even have a supreme level divine art and divine artifact, it must be related to the fire dragon. It's probably because it's related to the fire dragon that they know so much about me. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the black dagger in his hand, his eyes flashing. The black dagger was trembling. It was unknown whether it was from fear or excitement. Because from the fluctuation of emotions emitted by the black dagger, Qin Feiyang and the others could clearly feel a desire. Follow me, I'll send you to the origin of the black tortoise field, Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the black dagger trembled even more. This time it could be clearly determined that it was excited. Boom! Not long after, a rumbling sound came from afar. It was obvious that Pei Tianhong and the horsetail whisk had caught up. Very quickly. Boom! Another 2 loud and deafening sounds rang out, shocking everyone. Following closely, Qin Feiyang, the other two, and the white-eyed wolf felt a destructive aura rolling over. Could this be self-destruction? Wang Changyuan's expression changed. Now that they couldn't enter the black tortoise field, if the couple really self-destructed, they would all be finished. But very quickly, a monstrous divine aura exploded. This was the aura of the horsetail whisk. As soon as the divine aura of the horsetail whisk appeared, the destructive aura immediately dissipated into nothingness. Let's go take a look. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and led Wang Changyuan, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf deeper into the field. But they didn't fly far before Pei Tianhong and the horsetail whisk met them. Where are they? Qin Feiyang frowned. Because he only saw Pei Tianhong and the horsetail whisk, he didn't see the couple. Pei Tianhong sighed. They were very decisive, seeing that their qi was about to be destroyed, they directly chose to self-destruct. Sure enough, they self-destructed. Wang Changyuan muttered. Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf all had ugly expressions on their faces. That fire dragon had always been a great threat to them. Back in the Nether King's Hell's forest of gods and devils, he had almost killed them. He had long wanted to settle these scores with the fire dragon. However, the fire dragon had the support of the ice dragon and the small beast. Even if they had the chance, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Fortunately, people don't live long, but disasters last for 1,000 years. This sentence was indeed true. Who? A moment passed. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. He looked at the man and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Don't worry. Since they have the blood word mark, there must be other creatures with it in this Inma land. Just be careful next time." "I hope there are more." Man and the white-eyed wolf nodded and sighed. The white-eyed wolf suddenly looked at Pei Tianhong and asked, "What about the pill fire?" Pei Tianhong waved his hand and the black pill fire appeared. Without the isolation of the barrier, the quality of the pill fire could be identified immediately. It was indeed a rank 9 divine pill fire. Qin Feiyang took the pill fire and looked at it for a while. He smiled and said, "We got rid of 2 hidden dangers and got a rank 9 divine pill fire. It's a good start." Man and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Pei Tianhong looked at the pill fire and then at Qin Feiyang. "Actually, a rank 9 divine pill fire is nothing to you right now." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "The resources of the blood hall not only include a large amount of soul veins, crystal veins, herbs, pills, divine artifacts, and divine arts, but also many divine pill fires and pill furnaces. There are many of them of all grades. We even have a rank 10 divine pill fire and a rank 10 divine pill furnace." Pei Tianhong said. "That's right." Qin Feiyang slapped his forehead. It seemed that he hadn't sorted out the resources of the blood hall. Thinking of this, he looked at Pei Tianhong and urged, "Go back the way you came and send these resources to the Black Tortoise world. Let the Fire Lotus help organize them." They hadn't gone deep into the Eden Demon land yet. Even if they went back the way they came, it wouldn't take much time. The horsetail whisk entered Qin Feiyang's body. With a wave of his hand, Pei Tianhong took Qin Feiyang and the others with him and teleported away. At the same time, somewhere in the inner region of the Eden Demon land, a fire dragon was lying on a mountain with its eyes closed. Its body was emitting a powerful aura. But suddenly, it opened its eyes, which were filled with shock. Why did the imprints of those 2 humans suddenly disappear? Could it be they've already met with misfortune? The fire dragon muttered as a cold light flashed in its eyes. With a wave of its claw, an image appeared in the void in front of it. The image showed the place where the couple had self-destructed. They actually self-destructed their bodies? The fire dragon's eyebrows raised. With the blood character imprint, the 2 of them could be said to be undying, invincible. But now, they had self-detonated. There was only one reason for this, and that was that they had encountered a super expert who had mastered the most profound mysteries, or a sovereign weapon. This emperor wants to see who has the ability to force them to self-destruct. A vicious aura rose from the fire dragon's brows. It closed its eyes and extended its senses. It felt like Qin Feiyang was in the Black Tortoise world. It could see the situation of the Eden Demon land through its senses. Very quickly, the fire dragon's senses stopped at a certain place. It saw 4 people and 1 wolf rushing outside at lightning speed. "Qin Feiyang, madman, wolf king!" Immediately, when it opened its eyes, 2 beams of cold light shot out from them. The saying "when enemies meet, their eyes turn red" was the most appropriate to describe the fire dragon at this moment. "I've finally waited for you guys to come. It seems that they died in your hands. However, what do you mean by this? Do you want to leave the Eden Demon land? Since you have already seen the blood word imprint appear in the Eden Demon land, then with your brains, you should be able to think that this emperor is definitely in the Eden Demon land. Not coming to take revenge on me?" The fire dragon raised its eyebrows. It didn't understand what Qin Feiyang and the others wanted to do. Suddenly, it rose into the air and shouted, "All generals, quickly gather here! It was like a bell that resounded in all directions. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, 100 figures flew out from all directions and landed in front of the fire dragon. A total of 100 people. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivations were all at the great perfection dominator realm. There was a faint white blood word imprint between their eyebrows. 100 people stood in front of the fire dragon with incomparably respectful expressions. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord!" The fire dragon nodded and pointed at Qin Feiyang, white-eyed wolf, and Frenzy in the image. He asked, "Do you see the three of them?" 100 people raised their heads and looked over. Then, they nodded at the fire dragon. "Bring your subordinates to hunt them down and torture them. Let them experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Finally, this emperor wants to see their corpses." The fire dragon snickered and said with a vicious aura between his brows, "Yes." 100 people replied respectfully. Just as the group was about to turn and leave, the fire dragon suddenly looked at Wang Changyuan and exclaimed, "Wait a moment!" 100 people stopped and turned to look at the fire dragon suspiciously. The fire dragon looked at Wang Changyuan and muttered, "Why does he look familiar?" Suddenly, it revealed a look of realization and chuckled. "So it's that human who wanted to subdue this emperor and make this emperor his mount. This person, you guys give this emperor special care. Understood?" 100 people nodded and turned around. Like ghosts, they quickly disappeared into the night. "Hanging out with Qin Feiyang and the others, then I have no choice but to kill you. This is really fate." The fire dragon looked at Wang Changyuan, Qin Feiyang, white-eyed wolf, Frenzy, and Pei Tianhong in the image with a cold smile. As for the horsetail whisk, it didn't see it. Because before it could search, the horsetail whisk had already returned to Qin Feiyang's body. Chapter 3367. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang and the others finally left the Yin Demon Land. After men helped Qin Feiyang absorb the nefarious energy from the three people's bodies, Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise world and handed the ancient pagoda that contained all the Blood Hall's resources and the Black Flame to Hulian. To be honest, if such a large amount of resources were given to Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, and the three Black Panther brothers, Qin Feiyang was worried that they wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, whether it was experience or judgment, they weren't as good as Fire Lotus. After all, Fire Lotus used to be the palace master of Nine Heaven Palace. Whether it was ability or other things, they were naturally above Pai Lupi and the others. Of course, to organize this amount of resources, even for Fire Lotus, it wasn't easy. They would definitely need the help of Pai Lupi and the others. But this matter, Fire Lotus and the others would handle it themselves, so he didn't need to worry too much. After saying a few words, Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world. Wang Changyuan's Qi had already been repaired, so it was still Wang Changyuan who led the way. As for Pei Tianhong, he was stronger than Wang Changyuan, so he was the main force when facing danger, so he had to be in good condition at all times. Half an hour later, they returned to the place where they fought and didn't stop, continuing to head deeper. Currently, they were still at the edge. Periphery, edge, middle, inner, core. In other words, if they wanted to enter the core area, they still had to pass through the middle and inner areas. But according to Wang Changyuan, even if they didn't stop and rest, it would still take them half a month to reach the edge. Without the help of the man and the white-eyed wolf to absorb the evil power, it would take them at least a month, and this was under the condition that there wasn't any danger on the way. If they fought with the beasts, it would take even longer. This also proved the importance of the man and the white-eyed wolf in the Yin Demon Land. The Yin Demon power was dealt with by the man and the white-eyed wolf. The beasts or people with bad consciences were deterred by Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong, these two super experts. Pei Tianhong was also the one who acted when they encountered the divine item. Therefore, Qin Feiyang was very relaxed and did not need to do anything. Along the way, everything was smooth sailing. This was because no one and no ferocious beast dared to challenge the authority of Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, the group stopped at the top of a mountain and raised their heads to look ahead. The land ahead was still filled with undulating mountains and ferocious beasts. But there was no need for that. Patches of dark gray mist could be seen in the void. This was the power of the Yin Devil. At this moment, the mountain they were on was the boundary between the border region and the central region. In other words, the Yin Mo power in the central region was so thick that it had materialized. Back then, I met the fire dragon in the center of the central region, Wang Changyuan said in a deep voice. How far is it from here? Qin Feiyang asked. Not far, about half a month's journey. Wang Changyuan shook his head. Half a month's journey isn't too far? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course not, because the central region is larger, almost twice the size of the border region. So to cross the central region and reach the inner region, it will take at least a month without stopping, Wang Changyuan said. The central region is so big? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Generally speaking, the border region was the largest. The central, inner, and core regions would get smaller and smaller. However, the Yin Devil land was the complete opposite. It was big inside and small outside. If the central region took a month, wouldn't the inner and core regions take even longer? Wang Changyuan shook his head. We have never really set foot in the inner and core regions, so no one in the sky cloud realm knows how big it is. That's right. Not long ago, I told you that even I only dared to stroll around the entrance of the inner region. Pei Tianhong also nodded in agreement. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and smiled. Then let's continue. With the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf, they didn't have to worry about the threat of the Yin Devil power, as long as they didn't split up. Mad scientist, the Yin Devil power here is at least 5 times that of the border region. You must remember to help us absorb some Yin Devil power every once in a while. Wang Changyuan looked at the mad scientist with a pleading expression. Don't worry, I don't need you to remind me. The mad scientist waved his hand. As long as you have a sense of propriety. Wang Changyuan muttered and led the 3 people and 1 wolf into the central region. Look, someone entered the central region. Around them, there were many people hiding in the mountains, refining the Yin Devil power. When they saw Qin Feiyang's group, they were shocked. They had just arrived in the central region and didn't refine the Yin Devil power in their body to adjust their state before charging in. These people were too bold. Wait. Those 2 young men look familiar? Where have I seen them before? Yes, it's them, Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. They actually came to the Yin Devil land too? Many people expressed their shock. Wait a minute, who are Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist? Are they amazing? Why haven't I heard of these 2 names before? Some people were confused. Even Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist don't know. Brother, how long has it been since you returned to the eastern continent? It hasn't been long, probably 2 or 3,000 years. 2 or 3,000 years? No wonder. Let me tell you, Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist are the rising stars of our eastern continent. Rising stars? What's so great about that? The sky cloud realm is full of outstanding people. There are rising stars everywhere. You guys are making a fuss over nothing. Some people expressed their disdain. Not to mention the sky cloud realm, just the eastern continent, there were many rising stars. What was so rare about that? What? We're making a fuss over nothing? Brother, you are a typical example of fearless ignorance. If you want to treat them as ordinary rising stars, then you are gravely mistaken. Let me tell you, not only are the 2 of them talented and have comprehended the strongest law, but they also have sovereign divine weapons. You know the deputy leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Hall of Famers, right? They are the masters of Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. You know Elder Ho of the Demon Palace, right? He takes good care of Qin Feiyang. And now, I heard that they are the personal disciples of the Demon Palace. Because of the 2 of them, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and the Demon Palace have temporarily stopped fighting. Can you imagine their weight in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace? Those who didn't know what was going on were all shocked. Sovereign divine weapons? Strongest law? And they were related to the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? They really couldn't be described as ordinary rising stars. Surprised, right? What is this? Let me tell you something. It's said that the two of them managed to suppress two of the Blood Hall's early-stage sovereigns during the exchange in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean. In the end, they directly challenged the Blood Hall and challenged over 100 core disciples of the Blood Hall. You didn't hear wrong. It is the two of them. They asked over 100 core disciples of the Blood Hall to fight together, but no one from the Blood Hall dared to accept the challenge. You should be able to imagine how strong the two of them are now. In short, the other monstrous geniuses of the Sky Cloud realm are not worth mentioning in front of them. Everyone was discussing. However, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't know any of this. They directly rushed to the center of the central region. Along the way, they encountered countless ferocious beasts, but none of them dared to block their path. Pei Tianhong alone was enough to make them stop. Of course. They also encountered other humans. Some were looking for treasures, some were fighting, and some even asked Qin Feiyang and the others for help. However, Qin Feiyang and the others ignored them. Since they dared to step into the Yin Devil Land and the central region, they should be prepared to die. In the blink of an eye. Another 5 days passed. Rumble! Clang! When Qin Feiyang and the others passed by a river, they encountered the most tragic battle. On one side, there were more than 20 humans, and on the other side, there were more than 20 ferocious beasts. All of them were at the perfection sovereign realm. They fought until the sky turned dark, and blood dyed the sky. Among them, there were a few who actually recognized Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan. However, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan were very unfamiliar with these people. After all, their status was different. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan were once the leaders of the Blood Hall. Naturally, there were many people who recognized them. However, to put it bluntly, these people were just lowly ants to them. Therefore, it was impossible for a powerhouse like Pei Tianhong to know everyone. Those people also asked Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan for help. In order to get closer, they even took the initiative to reveal their origins. They all came from the Western continent. However, it was useless. With Pei Tianhong's personality, he didn't even want to pay attention to these people, let alone help them. In the end, more than 20 people were completely wiped out. Because as the battle dragged on, more and more ferocious beasts were attracted. Moreover, the ferocious beasts in the central region were all born in the Yin Devil Land. In other words, they were natives and could absorb the power of the Yin Devil. However, these humans couldn't. On one hand, they had to fight the ferocious beasts. On the other hand, they had to deal with the Yin Devil power. Therefore, their deaths were something that would happen sooner or later. Even if they didn't die under the claws of the ferocious beasts, after a long time, they wouldn't have the chance to refine the Yin Devil power in their bodies. They would also be killed by the Yin Devil power. This was the terror of the Yin Devil Land. Although Qin Feiyang and the others were having a smooth time, that was because of the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf. As for the other humans and ferocious beasts outside, they didn't have the ability to absorb the Yin Devil power. Therefore, they couldn't move an inch. Roar! After the group of ferocious beasts dealt with the 20 people, they turned their gazes towards Qin Feiyang's group and bared their fangs. However, after Wang Changyuan revealed his ultimate skill, the group of ferocious beasts tactfully turned around and left with their tails between their legs. Continue! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Wang Changyuan brought the others forward as fast as lightning. The inner region. On a certain mountain peak. The fire dragon lay on the mountain peak and looked at the scene in front of him. He chuckled. As expected of the mad scientist and the Wolf King. You aren't even afraid of the Yin Devil power. However, your choice is wrong. If I were you, I would leave the Yin Devil Land and never return. You want to come at me? Good. Let's settle our past grudges in the Yin Devil Land. Ever since it discovered the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang's group, it had been monitoring them. The hatred and killing intent in its eyes had never disappeared. Chapter 3368. Time passed. Another 5 days had passed. There were only 5 days left until they reached the center. On this day, the madman revealed a look of joy. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf immediately noticed and looked at him suspiciously. "See for yourself." The madman opened his palm and a blood-red flame rose up. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. They carefully looked at it, and found that the aura of the blood-red flame was the same as the new power that was born in the madman's body. Could this be? They were shocked. That's right. Ever since we entered the Yin Demon Land, the Yin Demon power and the evil power have been fusing. This new power is constantly being born. Right now, a third of the God power in my body has already turned into this new power, the madman said. A third? Then wouldn't it not be long before all of your God power turn into this power? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The madman nodded. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red flame in his hand rose into the air and turned into a large barrier that covered everyone. Immediately, a shocking scene appeared. The Yin demonic power, which could corrode divine power, soul, and even power of laws, was immediately blocked outside the barrier. This, not only Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, but even Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong were dumbfounded. What was this new power? It could actually block the corrosion of the Yin demon power. There's no need to be so surprised. After all, this power is a fusion of the evil power and the Yin demon power. It should be able to block the corrosion of the Yin demon power. And judging from the current situation, this new power is equivalent to the advanced version of the evil power and the Yin demon power. I'm going to name it Blood Demon Power. What do you think? The madman looked at the 3 people and 1 wolf and laughed. Blood Demon Power? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Blood Demon Race, Blood Demon Tower, Blood Demon Power. The name was very fitting. But what kind of power was this? The Blood Demon Tower was the divine weapon of the first patriarch of the Blood Demon race. It was in the hands of the old patriarch, the Ghost King's father. But in the end, the Blood Demon Tower chose to betray the old patriarch and ran with the madman. The reason why they suspected that the madman was a reincarnation. Otherwise, how could they solve this problem? Combined with the evil moon and evil sun in hell, as well as the scene he saw when he touched the evil moon, could it be that the lunatic was the reincarnation of the first patriarch of the Blood Demon race? If that was the case, coupled with the fact that the Blood Demon Tower was a sovereign divine weapon, the Blood Demon tribe should not be a simple tribe. Perhaps the Blood Demon force that the lunatic had casually named actually existed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The madman rolled his eyes and nodded. Anyway, I think it's good. I'll call it Blood Demon Power from now on. With a wave of his hand, the Blood Demon Power dissipated and the Yin Demon Power shrouded them again. Why did you put it away? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It was good to have a barrier. He didn't need to trouble the madman and the white-eyed wolf to absorb it. No hurry. I still need to absorb more Yin demon power and try to evolve all the divine power into Blood Demon Power as soon as possible. The madman waved his hand. As his voice fell, he began to actively absorb the evil power. The evil power from all directions suddenly turned into waves and surged toward them. The density and concentration suddenly soared countless times. The white-eyed wolf absorbed it casually. Although it couldn't be transformed into Blood Demon Power, it still became a part of his divine power. However, Qin Feiyang, Wang Chaiyuan, and Pei Tianhong couldn't bear it. Stop! It's fine if you want to transform into divine power first. Make a barrier for us and we'll sit inside and wait for you, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. The Yin demon power was everywhere. The madman absorbed all the Yin demon power around him. Qin Feiyang and the others standing on the side were naturally drowned by the Yin demon power. It surpassed the original density, and they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Okay then! You guys sit here and drink tea and chat. The man waved his hand and set up a 10-meter wide barrier. After absorbing all of the Yin demonic power, he walked out of the barrier and sat on the ground. He began to absorb without restraint. I'm so envious. Wang Changyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. When others saw the Yin demon power, they wouldn't even be able to avoid it. But this person was drinking it like it was water. They're all monsters anyway. Pei Tianhong suddenly muttered. Monsters? Wang Changyuan paused. He really couldn't find anything to complain about. Let's wait. We're not in a rush anyway. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a tea table and 4 chairs appeared. He then took out a tea set and tea leaves. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and smiled. White-eyed wolf, go get some water. Making tea naturally required water. If they could enter the black tortoise world, getting water was just a matter of thought. But now, they could only find water in the Yin Demon Land. But luckily, the Yin Demon Land didn't lack water. Why don't you go? The white-eyed wolf raised his brow. If I could absorb the Yin demon power, would I need to trouble you? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Not going. Drinking tea is boring. Let's drink. The white-eyed wolf took out 4 jars of black tortoise divine wine from his yin and yang ring. You're carrying it with you? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Of course. Such good divine wine. If you don't carry some with you, what if you're thirsty and want to drink? The white-eyed wolf grinned and threw 1 jar to Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong. He opened 1 jar and threw the other end to Qin Feiyang. He said lightly, Getting water is impossible. Drink it or not. Then, he held the jar and drank a mouthful. His face slowly showed an intoxicated expression. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He put away the tea set and tea leaves and opened the altar. A divine dragon made of wine rushed out. Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong looked at each other. It was divine wine. So, they also opened their jars. The rich wine aroma immediately flooded the barrier. Damn, what's going on? The nearby beasts noticed the commotion and ran over to take a look. They were stunned. When other humans came to the Yin Demon Land, they only thought about how to survive. But these people were sitting there and drinking wine leisurely? Looking at the lunatic who was absorbing the Yin demon power, the beasts were stunned. What kind of monster was this? He could even absorb the Yin demon power? Terrifying. Time flew. Half a day passed. The Yin demon power here was as thick as fog. Even Qin Feiyang and the others could only see a few meters away. If they looked from above the Yin demon land, it would be even more shocking. At this moment, the Yin demon power in the central area was surging toward Qin Feiyang and the others. It's really good wine. Pei Tianhong smacked his lips. After drinking the divine wine, the aftertaste was endless. But when he raised his head to look at the Yin demon power outside the barrier, his mouth twitched. He said helplessly, The Yin demon power here is definitely comparable to the exit of the inner area. Then I'll go out and see how scary it is. Qin Feiyang stood up and took a step out of the barrier. The frightening power of the Yin devil immediately rushed into his body like a tide. His sea of consciousness was instantly submerged by the power of the Yin devil. His divine soul was facing a fatal danger. He quickly returned to the barrier and shouted at the white-eyed wolf. Quick! Overestimating yourself. The white-eyed wolf pouted. It stepped forward and pressed its claws on Qin Feiyang's body. The Yin demon power in Qin Feiyang's body immediately rushed into the white-eyed wolf's body. The Yin demon power that entered the white-eyed wolf's body didn't cause any negative effects to the white-eyed wolf. Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong looked at it with envy. So close. Only when the last trace of Yin demon power disappeared did Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. He returned to the chair and looked at the Yin demon power outside with fear in his eyes. With his current cultivation, he could only last 5 breaths. Once 5 breaths were up, he would definitely die. It was estimated that even a perfect sovereign would only be able to last for about 30 breaths of time. Pei Tianhong had said before that the Yin demon power here was similar to the Yin demon power at the entrance of the inner area. If the Yin demon power at the entrance was already at this level, then how terrifying would the Yin demon power in the inner area be? Don't forget that there was still the core area. The Yin demon power in the core area probably wouldn't even dare to come in contact with it. This also meant that when the time came, they could only stay in Madman's barrier. Even Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan were the same. If that was the case, they would be restricted if they met Elder Hua or a strong enemy. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, "Is there any way for us to move alone without being threatened by the Yin demon power?" "No. You can only stay in the barrier formed by the blood demon power." "That's right. Don't you have the slaughter domain?" "The slaughter domain is so powerful, what are you afraid of?" The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with ridicule in its eyes. The meaning behind its words was obvious. So what if the slaughter domain was powerful? Could it block the Yin demon power? Slaughter domain? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener understood. Qin Feiyang's expression froze for a moment. Could the slaughter domain block the Yin devil's power? When he faced the evil power in the Nether King Hell, he didn't try it. Because in the Nether King Hell, he couldn't use any heaven-defying techniques or artifacts. Otherwise, the power of laws would descend and he would be killed. He felt that he could try it. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Just like what the white-eyed wolf said, the slaughter domain was so powerful and even had its own domain. Perhaps it could isolate the Yin demon power? Thinking up to here, he suddenly stood up and looked at the Yin demon power outside the barrier. Let's try it. It wasn't like I would lose anything. Chapter 3369. You really want to try? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. He only drank a few mouthfuls, how did he become so drunk? Thinking about it, it was obvious that this was impossible. The slaughter domain was indeed powerful and invincible, but it was completely different from the Yin devil's power. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan also raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Phew! Qin Feiyang exhaled a long breath and walked out of the barrier with anticipation. The Yin devil's power rushed over again. Qin Feiyang decisively opened the slaughter domain, but did not absorb the blood. Firstly, there was not much blood left in the Black Tortoise World's blood sea for him to absorb. Secondly, if it was useful, opening the slaughter domain would have an effect. If it was useless, there was no point in absorbing the blood. Not to mention, he couldn't even connect to the Black Tortoise World, so there was no way to absorb the blood. Naive! The white-eyed wolf shook its head and did not look anymore. It grabbed the wine jug and gulped it down. It was certain that the slaughter domain could not be done. But it did not notice the expressions on Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan's faces. Their faces were filled with shock. Looking at Qin Feiyang again, he was standing in the slaughter domain. Looking at the Yin devil energy in the slaughter domain, his expression was somewhat dazed. The Yin devil's power in the slaughter domain was rushing towards the blood-red longsword in his hand. Although the power of the blood-red longsword did not increase, the Yin devil's power in the slaughter domain was increasing. What did this mean? It meant that the blood-red longsword after opening the slaughter domain could also absorb the Yin devil's power. All of a sudden, he quivered and regained his senses. Looking around the slaughter domain, he was overjoyed. The nefarious devil's power lingered outside the slaughter domain, but it could not penetrate in. The Yin devil's power that the blood-red longsword absorbed was left behind when the slaughter domain was opened. When the Yin devil's power was absorbed by the blood-red longsword, there was no more Yin devil's power in the slaughter domain. Even the Yin devil's power in Qin Feiyang's body was completely absorbed by the blood-red longsword. It can be blocked outside. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He knew that the slaughter domain would never disappoint. What expression! The white-eyed wolf finally noticed Pei Tianhong and Qin Feiyang's expressions. He turned his head suspiciously. When he saw Qin Feiyang standing in the slaughter domain, the Yin demon's power was blocked outside the slaughter domain, and he was stunned. What the hell? It was really possible. He must be dreaming. It rubbed its eyes in disbelief and looked at Qin Feiyang again. It suddenly felt that God was unfair. It had finally found a sense of superiority in front of Qin Feiyang, but it was beaten back to its original state in an instant. What a bitter life! Who was the monster here? But that's not right. Back in the Underworld King's Hell, even the slaughter domain couldn't stop the evil power, not to mention the Yin devil power that was even more powerful than the evil power. Wait a minute! It seemed that in the Nether King Hell, Qin Feiyang had never opened the slaughter domain. This was because the Nether King Hell did not allow one to open a heaven-defying divine artifact, or heaven-defying divine art. No! He had opened it, but it wasn't the slaughter domain but the kill word technique. In the ancient city, the ice dragon brought the dragon's princess and descended. At that time, Qin Feiyang was furious and activated the kill word technique. Kill word technique, slaughter domain, from start to finish, these were two different levels. Damn! What the hell? Maniac felt the aura of the slaughter domain and opened his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. He knew that the slaughter domain was heaven-defying, but shouldn't there be a limit? It was okay that it was so strong, but it could actually block the Yin devil power. This bastard really made people jealous and envious. A short while later, Qin Feiyang calmed down and muttered, "Let's see if we can use the Yin devil power to stack the strength of the slaughter domain." Although he had absorbed some Yin devil power, and the blood-colored sword didn't change at all, the amount was too little. If he absorbed more, maybe there would be some effect. Immediately, the scarlet sword flew out of Qin Feiyang's hand and floated above the slaughter domain. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, the Yin demon energy in the surroundings immediately surged towards the scarlet sword. "Old Qin, what are you doing?" Maniac looked at Qin Feiyang in annoyance. This was because the speed at which the blood-colored sword absorbed the Yin devil power was several times faster than him. Even the Yin devil power on his side surged towards the blood-colored sword. "Don't worry, I'm just trying." Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth. Time passed bit by bit. Around 100 breaths later, who knew how much Yin devil power had surged into the blood-colored sword? However, the strength of the blood-colored sword didn't increase at all. This meant that although the blood-colored sword could absorb the Yin devil power, it still needed to absorb fresh blood to increase its strength. However, for Qin Feiyang, he was already satisfied as long as he could absorb the Yin devil power. At that time, even if he faced danger and had to separate from Maniac and the white-eyed wolf, he could still protect himself. Shwa! Qin Feiyang entered the barrier. With a thought, the slaughter domain closed and the blood-colored sword also disappeared. "I'm not convinced! I'm not convinced right now!" The white-eyed wolf stared angrily at Qin Feiyang. "Are you blaming me?" Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders and returned to the lounge chair. He was in a good mood and drank a few more mouthfuls. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. However, he suddenly rolled his eyes and snickered. "So what if the slaughter domain can absorb the Yin devil power? Don't forget that your slaughter domain can only be opened once a day for an hour each time." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stared angrily at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Do you have to feel superior from me? I'm happy." The white-eyed wolf grinned, extremely pleased with himself. Qin Feiyang directly ignored him. Did he need the white-eyed wolf to remind him of this? He had already thought of it. He did not plan to rely on the slaughter domain to do anything in the Yin devil land. He would be satisfied if he could temporarily protect himself. In short, in this kind of place, he still had to rely on the white-eyed wolf and Man-Man. No! In the border area and the central area, he could still rely on the white-eyed wolf. Because the density of the Yin demon power in these two areas wasn't very high, if they couldn't handle it, they could let the white-eyed wolf absorb it. But in the inner area, although the white-eyed wolf could also help absorb it, because the density were too strong, his absorption speed could not compare to the speed of the Yin Devil power entering his body. So once he entered the inner area, the white-eyed wolf did not care, but he could not help others. Man was different. He could use the blood demon power to form a barrier and isolate the Yin Devil power. So, the most important thing was to rely on Man. This was also the reason why Qin Feiyang was willing to sit here and wait. Because when Man's divine power completely evolved into the blood demon power, then when he entered the inner area, the core area, it would be more secure. What's going on? The Yin Devil power seems to be flowing in that direction? I've come to the central area so many times, but this is the first time I've seen such a phenomenon. Nearby, other than the beasts, there were also some humans looking for opportunities. When they felt the Yin Devil land gradually become thinner, they were all shocked. Looking at the Yin demon power all surging towards one direction, he was even more shocked. Should we go and take a look? Maybe some treasure has appeared. Makes sense. A phenomenon like this, there is a 90% chance that it is because a peerless treasure has appeared. All of them were filled with curiosity and greed as they ran towards Qin Feiyang. But in the end, apart from the beasts that grew in the Yin Devil land, no human could get close. Because these beasts could absorb the Yin Devil power, no matter how dense it was, they were not afraid. But those humans were different. Because of Man, the Yin Devil power became thinner where they were originally. But as they got closer to Man, the Yin Devil power naturally became more terrifying. Not to mention staying by Man's side like Qin Feiyang and the others. Even if they had great abilities, they could not do it. So, they could only stand outside the area that they could still bear and look from afar. Although they were unwilling, they could only do this for now and hope that the Yin Devil power in front of them would dissipate quickly. At the same time, at this moment, a huge group of people and countless ferocious beasts were rushing over from the depths of the central region. Walking at the back were the 100 generals under the fire dragon. Except for the blood word mark between their eyebrows which was white, the other humans and beasts were mostly blood and gold. Densely packed. Everywhere they went, no matter if it was the beasts in the Yin Devil land or the humans adventuring in the central area, they all hurriedly hid and were terrified. Because those who did not hide were all killed by those people and beasts. Who are these people? What beasts? Why have I never seen them before? And the mark between their eyebrows, what does that mean? Before the fire dragon came to the Yin Devil land, the blood word mark did not exist. Also, all the people and beasts that followed the fire dragon were all in the inner area, so everyone was unfamiliar with this mark. Even the beasts that lived in the Yin Devil land were seeing it for the first time. But Qin Feiyang and the others did not know any of this. Man closed his eyes and crazily absorbed the Yin Devil power. The divine power in his body was rapidly evolving. Qin Feiyang, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the white-eyed wolf were sitting inside the barrier, drinking and chatting. Of course, Qin Feiyang would not miss such a good opportunity, and humbly asked Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan for advice. After all, the two of them were people who grasped the ultimate profoundness. Their knowledge and understanding of the law's profoundness naturally far surpassed his. Needless to say, when faced with Qin Feiyang's request, Wang Changyuan would tell him everything he knew. As for Pei Tianhong, even though he was not willing, he still patiently explained everything to Qin Feiyang. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Qin Feiyang's harvest was not small. Although there was no progress in the karma law, slaughter law, and lightning law's ultimate profoundness, he felt that he was about to break through the bottleneck of the war law, strength law, and wind law. As long as he went into seclusion, he should be able to comprehend the fourth profoundness. It was also on the morning of the same day. Rumble! A series of loud noises came from the depths. It was as if a beast tide was descending. The earth violently shook and terrifying auras roared in all directions. Even the void was twisting. Qin Feiyang's group and the white-eyed wolf were shocked. They immediately looked up, but because the Yin Devil power was too dense, they could not see the scene in the distance. Chapter 3370. What's going on? Frenzy also stood up and opened his eyes. He looked into the distance, and his face was filled with shock. As for the divine power in his body, half of it had already evolved into the power of the blood demon. The efficiency of crazy absorption was indeed different. This doesn't seem good, the white-eyed wolf muttered as it stepped out of the barrier. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the Ying demon power that had gathered here. Their vision was no longer obstructed by the Ying demon power, and became wide open. At this time, the sky was already bright. Although the Ying demon land was very dark during the day, it didn't affect their vision much. At the same time, the people gathered in the distance finally saw Qin Feiyang and the others. It's them! I thought there was some treasure! So it's the Frenzy and the Wolf King absorbing the Ying demon power. Wait! They can actually absorb the Ying demon power? It can't be! When they realized this point, they were all dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang and the others naturally noticed these people, but they didn't pay attention to them. Their eyes were locked on the front. They were too far away and couldn't see what was going on. What was the reason for this? However, hearing this huge momentum, they felt that something was wrong. It can't be a beast tide, right? The Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf entered the barrier with a look of shock. No matter what, it's never wrong to be careful, Qin Feiyang said. Actually, he wasn't very nervous. After all, with the horsetail whisk as a sovereign divine weapon, even if a beast tide really came, it didn't matter. But the people behind them who were watching the show didn't leave. Were they waiting for death? Time passed by breath. About 100 breaths passed. Finally, a group of beasts entered their sight. It really is a beast tide. The Frenzy raised his eyebrows. At a glance, there seemed to be no end to it. It was unknown how many ferocious beasts were charging over in a fan-shaped formation. Beast tide? Isn't that Big Brother's dish? With a beast god like Big Brother here, they all have to obediently lie down and sing conquer. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Something's wrong! Before the white-eyed wolf could finish his words, Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank and he quickly swept his gaze across the room. Even the weakest of these ferocious beasts were perfect sovereigns, and at least half of them were perfect sovereigns. It was like a huge python that was hundreds of meters long, or a huge black eagle, in short. Basically, all the ferocious beasts they knew were here. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that between their eyebrows, there was a faintly discernible blood character imprint. There's a blood imprint! Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan also noticed this. The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. They looked carefully and indeed, there was one. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 1,000 ferocious beasts. The blood character mark on their foreheads was the color of blood. This isn't a coincidence. They're coming for us. The mastermind is the fire dragon. Qin Feiyang raised his head and scanned the sky. Could it be that the fire dragon was hiding nearby? You're still as smart as ever. You've already discovered that I'm the mastermind behind all of this. In the inner region, the fire dragon looked at Qin Feiyang in the image with a cold smile in his eyes. However, so what if he discovered it? This time, not only you, Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf would all die in the Ying Devil Land. Even if the gods descended, they wouldn't be able to help you. Qin Feiyang searched for a while, but there was no trace of the fire dragon at all. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and transmit his voice. Pei Tianhong, release your divine sense and see if there's any trace of the fire dragon nearby? All right. Pei Tianhong nodded. His divine sense surged out in all directions. At that moment, he frowned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Pei Tianhong said, I didn't find the fire dragon, but behind the beast tide, I saw a lot of humans. There are still humans? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. Almost all of them are great perfection dominators. And there's a blood mark between their eyebrows. Some are blood red, some are gold, and some are white. Pei Tianhong's expression was somewhat ugly. There were too many of them. With his and Wang Changyuan's strength, they might not be able to kill their way out. Because these beasts and humans were different from the beasts and humans outside. If it was the beasts and humans outside, even if they couldn't wipe out the entire place, it would still be very easy for them to kill their way out. But these beasts and humans all had blood word imprints. Not only could this blood word imprint increase their combat strength, it could also allow them to have an immortal body. This was very difficult to deal with. Wang Changyuan suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young master, sure." Qin Feiyang immediately made a shushing gesture. "What's wrong?" Wang Changyuan was slightly stunned and looked at it in confusion. "I'm guessing that even if the fire dragon isn't hiding nearby, he must be watching us from somewhere. So, our next conversation will be through sound transmission." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan heard this and their pupils shrank. Although he didn't know how strong the fire dragon was, the thought of being spied on the entire time made him feel very uncomfortable. "What do you want to say?" Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Changyuan suspiciously. "I remember you said that for the blood word imprint, blood red is the lowest and fire red is the highest, right?" Wang Changyuan said. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Changyuan looked at Pei Tianhong and asked secretly, "Then, did you see any humans or beasts with the fire red blood word imprint?" "Nope." Pei Tianhong shook his head. Just as Pei Tianhong finished speaking, Qin Feiyang also said secretly, "Other humans and beasts wouldn't have the fire red blood word imprint." "Why?" Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong looked at him suspiciously. "Because only the fire dragon has the fire red blood word imprint. If I'm not wrong, the blood word imprint must be the work of the ice dragon or small beast. In other words, the reason why the fire dragon is so strong is purely because of the ice dragon or small beast's power. As for the white, gold, and blood red blood word imprint, these were all created by the fire dragon. According to my personal guess, this blood word imprint should be a control-type secret technique. In other words, the beasts and humans that are charging at us are all controlled by the fire dragon." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. "So it's related to the ice dragon and the others. Seems like we have to be more careful. Young master, take out the sovereign divine weapon and kill them all." Pei Tianhong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Anything related to the ice dragon and the others couldn't be taken lightly, so it was best to take out the sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang nodded. But suddenly, he frowned, looked around, and said, "Don't take out the sovereign divine weapon for now." "Why?" Pei Tianhong was suspicious. "The fire dragon sent its minions to kill us, so it definitely doesn't know that I have a sovereign divine weapon with me. So I'm going to give it a surprise when we find it." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. That makes sense. If it knew, it definitely wouldn't send these beasts and humans to their deaths. Frenzy nodded. "That's right. If it knows that we have a sovereign divine weapon with us, it will definitely hide it. Finding it then would be like finding a needle in a haystack." The white-eyed wolf also agreed. Hearing this, Pei Tianhong raised his eyebrows. Although that was the case, facing so many beasts and humans would be a tough battle. Originally, there were 6,000 dark guards in the Black Tortoise world. If they could come out to help, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. But now, these 6,000 dark guards couldn't come out. Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf, although their strength wasn't bad, facing so many beasts and humans, they wouldn't be of much use. So now, only he and Wang Changyuan could fight. The two of them, facing so many beasts and humans, even if they had heaven-defying abilities, it would be difficult to deal with them. With the slave seal, Qin Feiyang naturally knew what Pei Tianhong was thinking. He smiled faintly. "Don't fight with them. Just kill your way out. In the inner area, if there's a chance." At this point, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "What's wrong?" Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan looked at him suspiciously. "Find a weaker beast. I want to read its memory. They are the fire dragon's subordinates. They definitely know where the fire dragon is hiding." Qin Feiyang transmitted. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult, because the beasts he saw now were at the peak dominator rank, and he was just a small stage dominator. A small stage dominator using puppet techniques to control a peak dominator was simply courting death. Most importantly, these beasts were controlled by the fire dragon. They definitely wouldn't be willing to be controlled by him. Furthermore, the fire dragon definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. In short, it was very troublesome. However, opportunities were created. Slowly, there was no rush. Roar! Groups of beasts roared as they charged over. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled. It was like the end of the world. The people hiding at the back finally reacted. They immediately turned and fled. They didn't know that these beasts were coming for Qin Feiyang's group. They thought that a beast tide was really coming and panicked. "Let's go!" Qin Feiyang shouted. Frenzy waved his hand and the barrier instantly dissipated. There was no need to hide inside the barrier. Immediately after, Pei Tianhong swept up Qin Feiyang's group and used instant time to arrive at the center of the beast tide. Damn! They actually want to barge in. Those people who were fleeing turned back and were instantly alarmed. Indeed, those who were skilled were bold. With Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan, these two super experts, they had the capital to act so arrogantly. Eye of lightning, world extinguishing lightning. At the same time, Wang Changyuan activated the law of lightning's highest profundity. Streaks of world extinguishing lightning appeared, carrying a destructive aura as they blasted into the beast tide. Roar! Accompanied by wails, a large group of beasts died on the spot. Blood dyed the void and earth. However, those that died were mostly Peak Dominator rank beasts. Peak Dominator rank beasts relied on the power of the blood imprint to forcefully block the world-extinguishing lightning. Although they were heavily injured, their injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. So strong? Wang Changyuan raised his brows. Chapter 3371. One must know. This was the ultimacy, not the fifth ultimacy. Everyone knew that the ultimacy could kill an expert of the same realm in seconds. But now, these Perfection Dominator realm beasts actually used the power of the mark to resist this attack. Don't make a fuss. And this is only a blood-red imprint. If it's a golden blood mark, it can recover by at least half in the blink of an eye. The white blood mark is even more terrifying. You've seen it on the 10th elder's son and daughter-in-law. They can recover in the blink of an eye. I'll say it again. Don't fight, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. If this continued, even if Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong had mastered the ultimacy, they would only be beaten up. But if they wanted to escape, even the humans with the white mark wouldn't be able to stop them. Because Pei Tianhong had mastered the instant time, his speed was unmatched. Swoosh! Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Pei Tianhong's heart sank. He activated the instant time again, and instantly appeared behind the beast tide. Roar! Thousands of beasts immediately turned around and roared, chasing after them. This isn't a beast tide. It's coming for them? The people and beasts watching from afar were stunned. They thought it was a beast tide and were worried that the beasts would catch up. But it wasn't the case. But what was going on? Why were there so many ferocious beasts rushing towards Qin Feiyang's group? Looking at Qin Feiyang's group again. When they arrived at the back of the beast tide, their expression changed. There were thousands of people in front of them. There were men and women, old and young. They were all riding on beasts. Most importantly, whether it was these thousands of people or the beasts they were riding, the blood mark between their eyebrows was golden as if it was made of gold foil. And their cultivation was at the Perfection Dominator realm. Kill! Thousands of people and thousands of ferocious beasts stared at Qin Feiyang and the others. Their blood-red eyes emitted a cold light. As they roared in unison, thousands of people and thousands of ferocious beasts activated their fifth profound at the same time. Their densely packed attacks filled the void, and a destructive aura flooded the entire area. The earth was collapsing and the void was being annihilated. It was simply shocking. Old Pei, quick! Whether it was Wang Changyuan, Frenzy, or White-Eyed Wolf, they all roared. What a joke. So many people and beasts activating their fifth ultimacy, what kind of scene was that? Even Wang Changyuan didn't have the courage to fight. Because even if you could deal with the fifth ultimacy, you wouldn't be able to kill these people and beasts quickly. Whether it was in terms of defense or recovery ability, the golden blood character seal was superior to the blood-colored blood character seal. So, the wisest choice was to hide. Who was Pei Tianhong's? Did he need their reminder? Seeing this scene, the first thing that came to mind was to hide. Swoosh! He activated the instant of time again and instantly passed through the thousands of people and ferocious beasts, appearing behind them. However, a cold voice could be heard. Qin Feiyang and the others raised their heads and saw 100 people standing in front of them. The blood mark between their eyebrows was white. These were the 100 generals under Huolong's command. Their ultimacy had been activated in advance. They seemed to have expected Qin Feiyang and the others to rush over. So, the moment Qin Feiyang and the others appeared, the ultimacy in the sky turned into a torrent and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Even if Pei Tianhong activated instant time, he couldn't avoid it. Wang Changyuan made up his mind. The Eye of Thunder reappeared and hundreds of lightning bolts shot toward the torrent formed by the fifth ultimacy. Rumble! A deafening sound suddenly resounded. A wave of destructive aura was born. It was like a raging wave in the ocean, rolling in all directions. The people and beasts with the blood and white blood ultimacy couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, Pei Tianhong also activated the law of time and formed a barrier to protect Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. At this time, he couldn't attack. He had to stay beside Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Moreover, he didn't dare to attack. If he accidentally got separated from Qin Feiyang and the others, then there would be no one to help him absorb the Yin Devil energy. When that time came, he would have to face the pursuit of Huolong's minions. Even if it was him, there would only be death. The rumble was deafening. This place had turned into primal chaos. Puff! Suddenly, Wang Changyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. At the same time, the hundreds of ultimacy were destroyed together with the torrent formed by the fifth ultimacy. What? This scene made Wang Changyuan extremely shocked. Although the other side had more people, it was only the fifth ultimacy. If this had happened outside, the world-extinguishing lightning light would have crushed everything in its path. But now, it was actually tied with the fifth ultimacy of these people? I didn't tell you. The blood ultimacy can not only increase defense and recovery ability, but also increase lethality. In short, this kind of ultimacy is an all-around improvement. Qin Feiyang secretly said. He looked at Pei Tianhong and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave." Pei Tianhong was shocked by Qin Feiyang's words. All-around improvement? This was too abnormal. Then now, wouldn't he have to use the supreme ultimacy of the strongest law to defeat the 100 generals under the fire dragon? The supreme ultimacy of the strongest law, there was one here. He and the white-eyed wolf. But the moment of time was mainly to increase speed. If he was facing other enemies, he could use the moment of time to crush them. Because no one could react to this kind of extreme speed, and no one could deal with it. Like a ghost, as long as he appeared behind the opponent would die without a doubt. But these 100 generals all had extremely astonishing recovery and defense ability. Even if a punch landed on them, it would not be able to kill them in one blow. If he could not kill them in one blow, then no matter what he did, it would be futile. As for the white-eyed wolf, needless to say, although he had mastered the supreme ultimacy of the three strongest laws, his cultivation was far from enough. Sigh! Pei Tianhong sighed secretly. He had come to the Yin Demon Land before, but had never encountered such a situation. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying army of death hidden here. That's right. To them, the fire dragon's minions were an army of death. In the blink of an eye, The 100 generals in front once again activated their ultimacy. At the same time, the people and beasts behind also activated their ultimacy. At this moment, the people and beasts in the distance could not help but tremble. Facing such an encirclement, if it were them, they would have long given up. Qin Feiyang, Man Nmo, Wolf King, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, could they hold on? They were not worried about Qin Feiyang and the others, but they were looking forward to it. The story of Qin Feiyang and Man had long spread throughout the sky cloud domain. Needless to say, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan were legendary figures. What kind of miracle could these people create when they came together? But the result was destined to disappoint them. Because now, Qin Feiyang and the others did not have the intention to continue fighting. Hearing Qin Feiyang shout, Pei Tianhong directly, decisively, and neatly activated Moment of Time and instantly appeared behind the 100 generals. Then, without any hesitation, Pei Tianhong activated Moment of Time and led Qin Feiyang and the others into the depths without looking back. The people and beasts in the distance could not help but be dumbfounded. They thought that there would be an exciting battle. After all, Qin Feiyang had a sovereign weapon, and Pei Tianhong also had a sovereign weapon. But they did not expect them to escape directly. Wait! Since they can't activate spatial divine items in the Devil land, then it's possible that their sovereign weapons are inside. So now, they don't dare to fight head-on, someone suddenly said. It's possible. Otherwise, with Blood Hall's palace master Pei Tianhong's character, how could he escape without fighting? They are really stupid. They came to such a dangerous place like the Devil land and actually put their sovereign weapons in a spatial divine item. But it's strange. What's strange? Think about it. Since they don't have a sovereign weapon now, shouldn't they escape outside? Why are they running inside now? Yeah. Why is that? Could it be that they are afraid of getting us into trouble, so they didn't escape outside? How is that possible? Are they such kind people? Perhaps this matter is not as simple as what we see. I really want to go in and take a look. Everyone discussed in a low voice. There were indeed many people at the scene. They wanted to run in and take a look, but looking at the beast tied ahead, they couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle. This was not something they could meddle in, even if they wanted to watch the show. At the same time, the 100 generals stood in the same place, looking at the direction where Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared in silence. At the rear, the thousands of people riding the beasts, as well as the beast tide that rushed at the front, ran behind the 100 generals and remained motionless, as if they were giving some orders. In the inner area, the fire dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and the others fleeing in the image, frowned slightly, and muttered, "A moment of time, a bit unexpected. But even if there is a moment of time, as long as they enter the inner area, they will definitely die. You guys don't have to risk your lives. Surround them from behind and force them into the inner area. Perhaps, there is no need to force them. Qin Feiyang may have guessed that I am in the inner area. If so, then he will definitely come." The fire dragon gave an order, then muttered a few words, and his face was full of a sneer. Although the fire dragon and the 100 generals were far away, the 100 generals clearly received the fire dragon's order. Spread out, surround them, and force them into the inner area. One of the generals waved his hand. Immediately, a group of people and beasts spread out and continued to follow the 100 generals in a fan shape, rushing into the inner area. As for the people and beasts in the distance, even if they saw the 100 generals leave with their own eyes, they did not follow. There was a saying that curiosity killed the cat. He could go and take a look at some of the events, but some of the events would be fatal. Chapter 3372. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. Pei Tianhong activated instant time 10 times in a row and finally got rid of the fire dragon's claws. Looking behind him, Pei Tianhong deactivated the ultimate intent and brought Qin Feiyang and the others with him. He activated the Supreme Grade Auxiliary God technique and hurried on. Because activating the ultimate intent would consume a large amount of law energy, he couldn't keep it activated. Especially now, in such a place, in such a situation, he had to preserve some strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape when he encountered danger. This time, I've truly learned something new. Wang Changyuan smiled bitterly. He had never encountered such a terrifying situation. Pei Tianhong was the same. Even though he was once the Blood Hall Master and ruled the Western continent, he had never seen something like the Blood Word Mark. Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Last time in the Nether King's Hell's Divine Demon Forest, they had almost lost their lives because of the Blood Word Mark. They thought that other than the Fire Dragon, they wouldn't see it on anyone else. But they didn't expect there to be so many hidden in the Yin Devil Land. And compared to the Nether King's Hell, the people and beasts here were even more terrifying. Because these people and beasts were basically perfect sovereigns. The beasts in the Divine Demon Forest weren't even on the same level. However, the Fire Dragon was growing and building up his forces. But they were also growing and becoming stronger. Although they hadn't fully grown, they already had a sovereign weapon in their hands. A sovereign divine weapon was enough to sweep through everything. So, they would let the Fire Dragon be proud for now. When they met, they would let it taste despair. Wang Changyuan took a deep breath and calmed down the shock in his heart. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and secretly asked, "Young master, have you guys fought with the Fire Dragon before?" "Of course. If we didn't fight, how would we know so much about the Blood Word Mark? But back then, we were still at the Nine Heavens realm. That battle was also a narrow victory. Of course, in order to defeat it, we also paid a great price." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "Then you guys are considered old enemies." Wang Changyuan thought to himself. "Yes. And I promised a friend that I must kill it. So even if it runs to the ends of the earth, I won't let it go." Qin Feiyang nodded. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. He glanced at the sky and mumbled, "Fire Dragon, wait for me. I will definitely find you." In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Pei Tianhong was the one who activated his support-type divine art the entire time, bringing them as fast as lightning. Originally, it would have taken them a few days to reach the center of the central region, but now that they had activated the auxiliary divine technique, they reached the center in a single day. However, even Pei Tianhong found it difficult to travel like this. Firstly, it consumed a large amount of divine power. Secondly, it was because he had to deal with the attacks of the ferocious beasts while traveling. Therefore, he was very tired. This was because many ferocious beasts could no longer be easily intimidated after reaching the depths. But fortunately, so far, they hadn't met any ferocious beasts that had mastered the profound mysteries. Pei Tianhong looked at Wang Changyuan and said, "It's your turn. I'll take a rest." "All right." Wang Changyuan nodded and took over from Pei Tianhong. He activated the auxiliary divine technique and led Qin Feiyang and the others forward. Pei Tianhong took out a large amount of divine power pills to recover his divine power. "Right, young master. Are we still going to the place where I met the Fire Dragon last time?" Suddenly, Wang Changyuan transmitted his voice. "Yes. Even if it's not there, we still have to take a look," Qin Feiyang replied. "Then we have to change our direction slightly," Wang Changyuan secretly said as he headed towards the southwest direction. Man had been paying attention to the back the entire time. With a thoughtful look, he suddenly turned to look at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice. "Old Qin, just now you said to capture one of the Fire Dragon's claws and read its memories. I don't think there's a need for that." "Why?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Man thought, "As long as the Fire Dragon doesn't know that we have Wisps with us, with its hatred towards us, it will appear sooner or later." "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and transmitted his voice. "Then we'll see. If there's a chance, it would be best to read its memories. If there isn't, we'll wait for it to appear." "Okay." Man nodded and continued to absorb the Yin demon power. This was a psychological battle. When the Fire Dragon saw that they had nowhere to go, it would personally come out to kill them. Because the fire dragon wouldn't allow them to die in the hands of its claws. Because for the fire dragon, that wouldn't be enough. In other words, they could make themselves as miserable as possible. White-eyed Wolf glanced at Man-Man and asked suspiciously, "Little Man-Man, how long will it take for all your divine power to evolve into blood demon power?" "It's only half. About 5 or 6 days. But at this speed, it'll take at least a month or 2. Man-Man looked at the demon power around him and couldn't help but raise his brow. Because he was with Qin Feiyang and the others, he didn't dare to absorb the demon power without restraint. "So long?" White-eyed Wolf frowned and asked in confusion. "Then this blood demon power, other than increasing your offensive power, does it have any other benefits to you?" "I'm not sure. But I have a feeling that some parts of my body are quietly changing." "But where is the change?" "I can't say for sure." Man-Man shook his head in confusion. "Change?" Hearing this, the 3 people and 1 wolf all looked at Man-Man. After repeated confirmation, there was no change at all. However, since even Man-Man couldn't say for sure, it meant that the change wasn't external, but internal. This thing would only appear when all his divine power evolved into blood demon power. Good luck. White-eyed Wolf bared his teeth and looked forward to Man-Man's change. About an hour later, a giant mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. The giant mountain was straight and the cliff was steep. It was like a sword that pierced into the clouds. Below, there was a river. The river was very calm, and occasionally, one could see fierce beasts coming and going. "Careful." Wang Changyuan slowed down and secretly warned. "This is it?" Qin Feiyang looked at the giant mountain and thought. "That's right. Back then, I met it on the peak of this mountain. And back then, when I fought with it, the giant mountain and the surrounding mountains and rivers were flattened. Look, it has returned to its original state." Wang Changyuan transmitted. Qin Feiyang sized up the giant mountain and thought, "I think this demon land should be hiding many secrets. If this was in the past, we definitely wouldn't believe it, but now..." Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past, although the demon land was dangerous in their eyes, it didn't have much mystery. But now, after experiencing these things, they suddenly felt that this place was covered with a mysterious veil. Especially the inner area and core area. These 2 areas definitely weren't that simple. Maybe it was as Qin Feiyang and the others guessed. The ice dragon's nest might really be in the core area. While talking, the group carefully approached the mountain peak. When they could see the entire mountain peak, they stopped in the air and looked at the mountain peak from afar. On the mountain peak, other than some special flowers and trees, there was no one else. "I'll go take a look first?" Pei Tianhong glanced at Wang Changyuan and then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. He had thought it through. Since he was already following Qin Feiyang, his fate was already decided. What was the point of thinking so much? It was better to perform well and try to open the door of potential. Therefore, he rarely took the initiative to speak. Before speaking, he glanced at Wang Changyuan. He didn't want Wang Changyuan to take the lead. Because with Wang Changyuan's personality, as long as there was a chance, he would definitely do his best and not give others a chance. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Man-Man raised his arm and grabbed Pei Tianhong's arm. After absorbing all the demon power in his body, Pei Tianhong took a step forward and landed on the mountain peak. He actually took the initiative to perform. Hee. Young master, it seems that he has already accepted the fate of being controlled by you." Wang Changyuan looked at Pei Tianhong's back and secretly laughed. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. Of course, he saw all of this. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he was quite happy in his heart. As long as Pei Tianhong truly submitted, then he would spare no effort to train Pei Tianhong and equip him so that he could gradually surpass Elder Hua and become the strongest person in the sky cloud boundary. "You still have the mood to laugh?" Old Wang, Pei Tianhong took the initiative to perform. "Shouldn't you feel the pressure?" Man-Man looked at Wang Changyuan with ridicule. "Pressure?" Wang Changyuan was slightly taken aback and turned to look at Man Man. His face was full of confusion. What is Pei Tianhong's strength? What is your strength? If he truly helps us, then your position here will plummet. Man Man smiled playfully. Wang Changyuan was shocked and quickly looked at Qin Feiyang, his face full of panic. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Don't listen to him. Whether it is you or Pei Tianhong, I will treat you equally. That's good. Wang Changyuan let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that with Pei Tianhong in the future, he would no longer be valued. However, he couldn't relax like this. In the future, he had to work harder and cultivate harder. Only when he was stronger would he be valued. Moreover, now, he had already opened the door to all his potential. If his strength still couldn't improve, then even if Qin Feiyang didn't abandon him, he wouldn't have the face to continue staying by Qin Feiyang's side. Very safe. A moment passed. Pei Tianhong turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others and transmitted his voice. Heard. The 3 men and 1 wolf rushed to Pei Tianhong's side and looked down at the mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there were bushes and shrubs. In the center, there was a round stone that was several feet wide. Wang Changyuan pointed at the round stone and said to himself, When I came here that year, it was lying on this stone. Chapter 3373. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at the round stone. If this place hadn't been destroyed back then, they might be able to find some clues. But now, it was definitely not possible. Because once it was destroyed, the clues left behind would also disappear. Although the mountains and rivers could be restored to their original appearance, the footprints left behind by living beings would definitely not be restored. In other words, there was no longer any value here. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and transmitted his voice. Let's go, directly to the inner area. Wang Changyuan nodded and turned around to lead Qin Feiyang and the others, activating the assistant's divine technique and rushing towards the inner area like lightning. Sure enough, they're here for me. The inner area. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others in the image, the coldness in the fire dragon's eyes became thicker. From the central area to the inner area, at normal speed, it would take half a month. But now, Wang Changyuan activated the whisk divine technique the entire time. Even if there were a large number of fierce beasts blocking the way, it would only take 4 days. A long mountain ridge entered their line of sight. The mountain ridge was bare and from afar, it looked like a giant python lying across the horizon, dividing the earth into 2 halves. Shwa! Wang Changyuan led Qin Feiyang and the others, landing in front of the mountain ridge and looking into the depths. In the void deep in the mountain ridge, the power of the Yin demon was like a black fog, enveloping everything. A gust of wind blew and the black fog rolled and surged like fierce beasts. Young master, this is the entrance to the inner area. Wang Changyuan scanned the inner area, his eyes full of seriousness. Roughly estimated that the power of the inner area was at least 50 times that of the outer area. At this time, the central area they were in was only 5 times that of the outer area. 5 times, 50 times, what was the difference? So, even a super expert like Pei Tianhong only dared to stroll around the mountain ridge and didn't dare to truly enter the inner area. Naturally, he didn't know what the inner area was like. Not to mention the core area. Brave people would still dare to stroll in the inner area for a short while, but the core area, no one in the sky cloud realm had ever entered. Because Pei Tianhong had said that the power of the Yin demon in the core area was at least 100 times that of the outer area. Who could withstand this? Furthermore, before Pei Tianhong said this, he even added a word. It was said that the Yin Mo power in the core area was 100 times more than the border area. There were too many possibilities in this rumor. Because the word said was equivalent to something that had not been confirmed. It was possible that there was no Yin demon power in the core region, and it was just a stretch of green mountains and clear waters. It was also possible that the Yin demon power in the core region was 100 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, all of these were possible. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to look at Man Man. He transmitted his voice. Senior brother, we will stay here for a few days. You can take this opportunity to go in and absorb the Yin demon energy. Man Man was slightly taken aback and raised his head to look at the inner region. If he were to absorb it here, it would definitely be twice the effort for half the result. This was because the density of the Yin devil power here was incomparable to that of the central region. It could be said that it could shorten the time by more than half. For example, if he needed half a month, he could do it in 4 to 5 days. But why did Qin Feiyang want to stay here? White-Eyed Wolf, Wang Changyuan, and Pei Tianhong all looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Was there any meaning in staying here for a few days? I stopped here to wait for the fire dragon's lackeys. We used support spells the entire time, but they shouldn't have. Otherwise, they would have caught up while we were in the center. Qin Feiyang thought. Why wait for them? Man Man and the other two and White-Eyed Wolf were suspicious. When they arrive, we will catch them all in one fell swoop to prevent any future trouble. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. So it's like this. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan were enlightened. Indeed. If they let these people leave the Indemon land, they would definitely destroy the balance of the sky cloud domain with the blood word mark. Wait. After being controlled by the fire dragon, can they leave the Indemon land? Wang Changyuan thought and hurriedly asked. I'm not sure. Although the situation here is very similar to the god-demon forest in the Nether King's Hell, there are still some differences, so I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Since that's the case, just in case, let's get rid of them together. Wang Changyuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feiyang looked at Man Man and transmitted his voice. According to the normal speed, it should take about 10 days for them to arrive here. Go and absorb the power of the blood demon. All right. Man Man nodded. Wait. White-Eyed Wolf suddenly stopped Man Man and secretly said, Didn't you have something calling you? What about now? The summoning power is still there and it's getting stronger. Man Man transmitted his voice. It can't be in the inner area, right? White-Eyed Wolf was surprised. It's hard to say. It's also possible that it's in the legendary core area. Man Man's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and used the power of the blood demon to form a barrier to protect Qin Feiyang and the others. He then stepped into the inner area and didn't go far. He was about half a mile away from Qin Feiyang and the others. Immediately, he sat cross-legged in the air. All the pores on his body opened and a powerful suction force was born. The power of the Yin demon from all directions surged towards Man Man like a tide. Originally it was only about 50 times, but as a large amount of Yin demon power surged over 60 times, 70 times, 80 times, it continued to soar. In the end, the density of the Yin demon power around Man Man reached a shocking level. Right now, perhaps only White-Eyed Wolf dared to approach Man Man. If it was Qin Feiyang, Pei Tianhong, or Wang Changyuan, they would have died on the spot. I thought that entering the Yin demon land would be a disaster, but I didn't expect that it would help him instead. Pei Tianhong smiled bitterly. That's right. I just don't know what changes will happen when his god power evolves into the power of the blood demon. But my personal guess is that it will be amazing. Wang Changyuan transmitted. No matter how amazing it is, can it compare to Big Brother? White-Eyed Wolf took out another jar of black tortoise divine wine and said with disdain. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Only you know how to find a sense of presence. Qin Feiyang stared at White-Eyed Wolf and then looked at Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan. He smiled. Tell me more about the law of strength, law of wind, and the fifth profound of the war law. Okay. The two nodded. The highest profound, Qin Feiyang didn't want to think about it now. He had to raise his cultivation to the ruler realm first. What do you mean? They actually stopped to absorb the Yin demon power? Inner area. Fire Dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and Man Man, its brows tightly knitted together. Especially Man Man. It was especially concerned now. Not only could it absorb the Yin demon power, The barrier formed by God power could even isolate the Een demon power. It had been in the Een demon land for many years, and this was the first time it had encountered such a situation. What kind of monster was this man? No! No matter what he wants to do, we can't let him do as he wants. Fire Dragon's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the sky and shouted, "Where are the divine generals?" Shwa! 3 blood-colored figures flew in from the distance and landed in front of Fire Dragon. They bowed. "Greetings, Lord." It was a male, female, and an old man over 70 years old. The man was tall and sturdy. He was about 40 years old and was about 2 meters tall. He was wearing a pair of blood-red pants, and his muscles were bulging. He was like a small giant, and his whole body was filled with a valiant aura. The female was also around 30 years old. She was around 1.7 meters tall and wore a blood-red dress. Her eyes were cold and filled with blood-red light like she was a merciless killing god. The old man in his 70s also wore a blood-red robe. Although he looked old, his eyes were filled with a shocking viciousness. Fire Dragon pointed at Qin Feiyang and the others in the image and said with a sinister smile, "They are at the entrance of the inner area. Go over and surround them with the battle generals. Remember, leave them alive. This emperor will personally kill them." "Yes," the 3 respectfully replied before turning and leaving like lightning. "All battle generals, listen to my order. Immediately activate the support spells and head to the entrance of the inner area." Immediately after, the Fire Dragon issued another command before it got up and merged into the black fog, disappearing without a trace. Central area. The 100 battle generals received the order, and their eyes flashed with blood-red light. They immediately led the people and beasts behind them to activate the support spells and head towards the inner area. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. The efficiency of absorbing the Een demon power in the inner area was indeed different. In just a few days, 99% of the divine power in man's body had evolved into blood demon power. There was only 1% left. As long as he was given a bit more time, he would be able to completely evolve. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, deafening rumbles came from the distance. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately stood up and looked towards the central area. They hadn't seen anyone yet. "It can't be them, right?" Wang Changyuan was surprised. "Didn't they say that it would take at least 10 days? How could it be so fast?" White-Eyed Wolf looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. "If it really is them, then it means that they have also activated the support spell and also..." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He turned around to look at the inner area and transmitted his voice. "That bastard Huolong has indeed been spying on our whereabouts from the shadows. Then is he going to fight us head-on?" Pei Tianhong frowned. "More or less. However, from what I know, he shouldn't choose to fight us here because the chances of winning will be higher when we enter the inner area. After all, apart from Senior Brother Man and White-Eyed Wolf, none of us can withstand the Een demon power in the inner area. Why is he so impatient?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. If it was him, he would also wait for the other to enter the inner area before attacking. Because as long as they entered the inner area, they would be invincible. The reason was simple. The Fire Dragon and his subordinates were not afraid of the Een demon power. Chapter 3374. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at Man who was covered by the Een demon power, and his heart moved slightly. Was it because of Man? Man was madly absorbing the Een demon power. Anyone would be suspicious. The Fire Dragon should have seen Man absorb the Een demon power again, but he did not know what Man was going to do. So he decided to go all out, and just in case, let his subordinates come and stop him. It seemed like Man's actions had disrupted the Fire Dragon's original plan. Hong long, the deafening rumbling came closer and closer. Finally, figures entered the vision of Qin Feiyang and the others. The one at the front was the 100 battle generals, the blood character mark on their foreheads gave off a white divine light. Behind them, there were several thousand people riding on their mounts. The golden blood character mark on their backs was dazzling, all of them giving off a murderous aura. Even further behind, fierce beasts of all sizes formed a terrifying beast tide. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled, as though it was the end of the world. "Prepare to fight!" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. Looking at the 100 battle generals, his eyes flashed with a cold light. "Are we not waiting for the fire dragon to show himself?" the white-eyed wolf asked secretly. "Right now, we are at the entrance of the inner area. The fire dragon might be hiding somewhere nearby and watching us. Also, if we are not heavily injured, with his cautious personality, he will not show himself," Qin Feiyang said mentally. "That's true," the white-eyed wolf muttered. After fighting so many times, the fire dragon knew them like the back of his hand. So at this time, they had to be flawless. "Then let's fight!" Wang Changyuan stepped out of the barrier. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Tianhong and said mentally, "You go as well. You don't need to protect us, just set up a barrier for us and act for the fire dragon to see." "No protection?" Pei Tianhong was slightly surprised, but he did not ask. He nodded his head and waved his hand. Divine power surged out and a barrier appeared. It enveloped Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the barrier formed by the blood demon's power. Immediately after, Pei Tianhong took a step forward and landed beside Wang Changyuan. Boom! As the two of them exchanged a glance, their auras erupted with a loud bang. The laws of time and laws of thunder roared in all directions. "Kill!" Killing intent surged in Pei Tianhong's eyes. He activated the instant time and instantly appeared behind one of the generals. He slammed his palm forward, and the power of the time law slammed into the general. Puff! The general immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was torn apart. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died on the spot. But just as the general was about to lose his life, the white blood character mark on his forehead suddenly shone with a dazzling light. His shattered body immediately began to heal. Seeing this scene, Pei Tianhong raised his eyebrows and decisively activated instant time, quickly retreating far away. This was because the other generals were already charging towards him. In the blink of an eye, the general's body was healed, and he was full of energy again. "Young master, how are we going to fight?" Wang Changyuan frowned. Even Pei Tianhong could not kill these generals, let alone him. "Fight as much as you want. Anyway, you'll be lying down in the end. Don't worry, I won't let you die here." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Wang Changyuan clenched his teeth and charged forward with rolling thunder. The battle had completely begun. Even though Pei Tianhong was a supreme overlord, he could only be beaten up by the 100 generals. This was because not only did they have the advantage in numbers, but they were also not easy to kill. This was a very troublesome problem. In less than 10 breaths, Wang Changyuan was seriously injured and his body was bleeding. Pei Tianhong relied on the instant time to hold on for a while, but he couldn't hold on for long. However, if Pei Tianhong wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But now, Qin Feiyang wanted them to fall and put on a show for the fire dragon. Of course. Since they were putting on a show for the fire dragon, then it had to be real. On the other side, Man acted like he did not sense anything, sitting cross-legged in the air and continuing to absorb the Yin demon power. He was just a little bit away. He did not want to be distracted by this. But suddenly, a blood shadow silently shuttled through the black fog, heading straight for the Man. At the same time, there were also 2 blood shadows charging towards Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. It was the man and woman, as well as the old man in his 70s. The one charging towards Man was the old man in his 70s. Suddenly, Man raised his eyebrows. A fatal sense of danger appeared in his heart. He suddenly opened his eyes, got up without hesitation and retreated. As soon as he left, the old man in his 70s appeared in his place. Seeing Man so sensitive to danger, The old man raised his eyebrows and then laughed sinisterly, his aura erupting without any concealment. There's someone else? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked, turning to look inside. But the black mist was too thick and they could not see Man's situation. Not good! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang also faintly felt a trace of killing intent. Because of the kill character art, he was very sensitive to killing intent. No matter how well the other party hid it, he would still be able to sense it. Without thinking, he grabbed the white-eyed wolf and retreated like lightning. At the same time, two blood shadows charged out from the black mist. It was the man and woman. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf retreat so quickly, the man and woman's eyes could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Who are you? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The people who want your lives. The blood-red woman smiled sinisterly. The power of law surged out, turning into a giant blood-red sword, emitting a sharp light that could tear the sky and earth apart, slashing towards Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Law of slaughter, fifth profound. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, he shouted, Run! Although Pei Tianhong had set up a barrier before leaving, it was only a divine barrier, not a barrier condensed from the law of time, so it could not block this sword at all. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf waved its claws, sweeping up Qin Feiyang, and activated momentary time, instantly appearing on the other side of the void. It was also at this moment. There was a miserable scream. Hearing this scream, the man and the wolf's expression changed. Because this was Man's voice. Old bastard! Following closely, accompanied by an angry roar, Man flew out from the inner area like a meteorite. Looking at his chest, there was a fist-sized bloody hole, blood gushing out. Quick! Qin Feiyang shouted. The white-eyed wolf activated momentary time and instantly landed behind Man. Then, the man and the wolf attacked together, blocking Man. Puff! Man spat out another mouthful of blood, looking gloomily at the man and woman, then stared at the black fog in the inner area, and said in a deep voice, There's another old thing, very strong. Calling him an old thing, what a rude junior, damn it! Accompanied by a hoarse and sinister laugh, the old man in his 70s charged out of the black mist, and he carried along an expanse of the energy of lightning as he directly charged towards Qin Feiyang's group and the white-eyed wolf. On the other side, the man and woman also rushed over. Let's go! Qin Feiyang and Man looked at each other and shouted at the white-eyed wolf in unison. The white-eyed wolf activated momentary time and frantically fled with the two of them. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan were also burning with anxiety, wanting to rescue them. But the 100 battle generals kept pestering them, not giving them any chance. However, they didn't know that this was all an act. Young master, why don't you leave us and escape first? Wang Changyuan roared. I can't leave you guys and escape alone, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. At the same time, on a nearby mountain peak, the fire dragon looked at Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong in the image and sneered. Yes, this is his personality. He will never leave his companions and live alone. Suddenly, its gaze landed on Pei Tianhong and immediately gave an order to the 100 battle generals. No matter what, you have to restrain this old man for this emperor. Hearing this, the 100 battle generals revealed a crazed look. More than half of the battle generals charged at Pei Tianhong with all their might. That's enough, there's no need to go all out. Seeing this, Wang Changyuan transmitted his voice to Pei Tianhong. Saying this, he crazily charged at the dozen battle generals in front of him. After a few rounds, he was heavily injured and fell to the ground. Seeing Wang Changyuan fall to the ground, Pei Tianhong's eyes flashed and he purposely revealed an opening to let the battle generals take the opportunity to heavily injure him. Destroy their cultivation and use them to threaten Qin Feiyang. The fire dragon gave another order. The dozen battle generals charged forward. Accompanied by two screams, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan's Qi was destroyed. Qi destroyed? Isn't this too much? Pei Tianhong was very worried. Don't panic. Believe in young master. Plus, don't we still have the Dominator weapon? Wang Changyuan transmitted his voice. On the other side. Even though the white-eyed wolf had the ultimate intent, the instant time, the male and female, as well as the old man in his 70s, all had supreme support divine techniques. Adding on the fact that their cultivation was 3 levels higher than the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were surrounded by the 3 of them. Your companions are in our hands. Stop struggling, the muscular man said expressionlessly. His voice was like a bell that caused Qin Feiyang's eardrums to hurt. Qin Feiyang's expression was dark. The white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist's expressions were also very ugly as they said in a low voice. You are also the fire dragon's subordinates? How dare you! How can you blaspheme the name of the Lord? The old man in his 70s roared as lightning flashed and a purple gold eye appeared. Ultimate intent, eye of lightning! Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf's faces instantly turned pale. This person actually had a ultimate intent. Wait. These 3 people weren't with the 100 battle generals, so their status must be higher than the 100 battle generals. Could it be that the 3 of them all had a ultimate intent? Whoosh! Just as Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf were still in shock, 3 streaks of lightning shot out and entered their qi. A fist-sized hole appeared in their lower abdomens. This was after the old man in his 70s controlled his strength. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang and the others would be instantly destroyed. Chapter 3375. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf on the ground, the woman in crimson clothes laughed in disdain. I thought you guys would be strong after seeing Master mobilize so many people, but it turns out that you guys are just SOSO. Just SOSO. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the mad scientist looked at each other with ridicule in their eyes. Wasn't it a bit too early to be proud? The show had to be played slowly. Only then would it be exciting. Not only the woman in crimson clothes, but the burly man and the old man in his 70s also had disdainful expressions. The old man in his 70s looked at the 100 generals and shouted, Bring Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong over. Hearing this, one of the generals grabbed Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan and quickly rushed over to the 3 of them. He then threw the 2 of them beside Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf. You guys recognize us? Pei Tianhong looked up at the 3 of them and frowned slightly. How can we not recognize the Hall Master of the Blood Hall and the Vice Commander of the Dark Guards? We once went to the Blood Hall to be a Dark Guard, but you guys didn't take a liking to us. But fortunately, you guys didn't take a liking to us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met the current Master, and we wouldn't have been able to inherit the profound meaning. The old man in his 70s laughed with a hoarse voice that was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Inherited the profound meaning? Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. There really was an inheritance of the profound meaning in the Yin Demon Land. Pei Tianhong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3 of them and said, So you guys are from the Western continent? That's right. Unfortunately, you guys are so high up. So how could you possibly recognize us? But now, I believe that you guys will remember us for the rest of your lives. The woman in crimson clothes sneered. Wang Changyuan's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this and shouted, Kill me if you want to, don't kill the young master. Then, he turned to Qin Feiyang and blamed himself. Young master, I'm sorry, I'm useless and couldn't protect you well. Still acting? Pei Tianhong was speechless. When Wang Changyuan was by his side in the past, why didn't he realize that he had such talent in acting? Young master! The crimson-clothed woman and her 2 companions sized up Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of confusion. What did this person do to make the Blood Hall Palace master and Wang Changyuan serve him as their master? To be honest, there really wasn't anything outstanding about him. Looking at the guilt-ridden Wang Changyuan, Qin Feiyang was speechless. But since it had already started, he naturally had to continue acting. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. Looking at Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong, he said, It's not your fault, it's mine. I shouldn't have brought you into the Eden Devil land. It's already like this. Why are you still talking about this? I only hate. Why did you place the sovereign weapon in the Black Tortoise realm? If I had a sovereign divine weapon, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. Pei Tianhong clenched his fists, his face filled with rage. Ugh! Wang Changyuan was stunned. His acting wasn't bad. Why didn't he notice it before? Haha, how satisfying. At this moment, accompanied by unbridled laughter, a fiery red figure flew out from the inner region. It was the Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon. Qin Feiyang, frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf immediately looked at the Fire Dragon with cold eyes. Greetings, Lord. At the same time, the old man in his 70s, the crimson-robed woman, the burly man, and the other people and beasts all knelt in the void and bowed respectfully. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan also curiously sized up the Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon nodded at the old man in his 70s and smiled. You all did well this time. Get up. Yes. The group of people responded respectfully and stood up one after another. Young master, didn't you say that it came from the lower realm like you all? But now, you all are only at the Dominator realm, but it's already at the Great Perfection Dominator realm? This is too fast. Pei Tianhong was surprised. Didn't I say before? There's an inheritance of the power of law here. Moreover, there was also an inheritance of the power of law in the Underworld Palace. Who knows how many inheritances it has? Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. That's true. Pei Tianhong nodded. As long as one could obtain the inheritance of the Fifth Profound or the Supreme Profound, it would be very easy to step into the Great Perfection Dominator realm. Just like the white-eyed wolf. It only needed to plunder the power of law from others. But if one really wanted to talk about it, the white-eyed wolf's ability was even more terrifying than the inheritance. The Fire Dragon glanced at Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan before retracting his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and smiled. You didn't expect that we would meet in such a place, right? Didn't expect? Play dumb. I don't believe that you don't know that I'm here specifically for you. But there's one thing I didn't expect. Not only have you nurtured so many lackeys, but your cultivation has also reached the Great Perfection Dominator realm. But if I'm not wrong, none of the power of law you've grasped should be comprehended by your own efforts. Qin Feiyang sneered. That's right. These power of law are all from my inheritance. But so what? I'm lucky. I'm stronger than all of you. Look at all of you. You've cultivated and worked so hard, but you're only at the Lesser Perfection Dominator realm. What right do you have to be proud of? When I do something, I never look at the process. I only look at the results. The Fire Dragon looked at the two humans and the wolf with disdain. If it wasn't for the shadow cast in its heart after being defeated by Qin Feiyang, it would be able to defeat the two humans and the wolf with its own strength. Why are you so arrogant? If we hadn't waged an all-out war with the Blood Hall, causing the ancient castle and Blood Hall's sovereign divine weapon to be damaged, would you have the right to be arrogant now? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. Waged an all-out war with the Blood Hall? The three old men were shocked. There was actually such a thing? That's right. Although we've defeated the Blood Hall and destroyed the Dragon God's sword and Ice Dragon's sacred sword, we've also suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, how could you shrimp soldiers and crab generals ride on our heads and behave so atrociously? The madman sneered. You mean the Blood Hall has been wiped out by you? The three old men were surprised. Of course. Otherwise, why would Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan follow us? The madman smiled proudly and then looked at the Fire Dragon with ridicule. It seems like your subordinates aren't that smart. They can't even think of such a simple logic. You're courting death. The three's eyes flashed with killing intent. If we were in our peak condition, it wouldn't be us courting death. It would be you guys courting death. The madman snorted coldly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said angrily, This is all your fault. Before entering the Demon Land, I told you to rest and recover first before coming to find the Fire Dragon. But what about you? The moment you heard that the fire dragon was in the Yin Demon Land, you were like a mad bull that couldn't be pulled back. AI. Qin Feiyang sighed and blamed himself. Alright, what's the use of blaming him now? Plus, we're brothers. We should share blessings and misfortunes. So even if I die here today, I won't blame anyone. The white-eyed wolf stared at the man and then looked at the fire dragon. We can be considered old friends. Before we die, can you fulfill a small wish of mine? Old friend. The fire dragon was stunned and then chuckled. Speaking of which, we can be considered old friends. Speak, what is it? I'll fulfill your wish. Where are the ice dragon and the small beast? The white-eyed wolf asked. This question. The fire dragon shook his head with a hint of respect in his eyes. This emperor doesn't dare to say anything about the ice dragon and the others. So you guys should take these questions to hell and slowly think about it. Damn. The ingrate immediately exploded and said angrily, We've been acting for so long just to find out where they are. You're actually keeping us in suspense. You're making us very unhappy. The madman and Qin Feiyang were also unhappy. Originally, when the fire dragon appeared, they could have attacked. But in order to find out where the ice dragon was, they kept acting. But the fire dragon was too cowardly and didn't dare to say anything. Wasn't that infuriating? Acting for so long? Hearing the white-eyed wolf's words, the fire dragon and the old man were stunned. What did he mean? What I mean is, you're all idiots. The white-eyed wolf laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Sorry, I was impulsive and forgot to pay attention to my manners. What you said is the truth. What are you afraid of? The man bared his teeth. The fire dragon looked at the man and the white-eyed wolf and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Not good. Let's go. Suddenly, its eyes trembled. With a roar, it turned around and rushed towards the inner area. Because it knew Qin Feiyang and the others better than the old man and the others. When it saw the strange smile on the man and the white-eyed wolf's faces, it knew that something was wrong. Go? It wasn't easy to trick you out. It's better to stay. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a loud clang, his horsetail whisk appeared. The divine might of the sovereign divine weapon instantly surged towards the fire dragon like an avalanche. What? The old man and the others also changed color. They finally understood the meaning of the fire dragon. This was simply a trap. Whether it was those generals or those beasts, they all immediately turned around and fled for their lives. Kill them all for me! Qin Feiyang roared. He wouldn't be like the fire dragon who liked to act. As long as there was a chance, he would eliminate them at the first moment. Boom! When the horsetail whisk heard this, it immediately fully recovered. The rolling divine power covered the sky and the earth. The mountains collapsed, the earth sank, and the void was also annihilated. Ah, roar! Everyone, all the beasts, fell into despair. This was a sovereign divine weapon. Who could withstand it? Activating a heaven-defying divine weapon and secret art? It was useless and instantly shattered. Activating the profound laws and the supreme profound? It was also useless and instantly annihilated. Their last life-saving method, the blood mark, couldn't save them. The howls of the beasts and the screams of the humans were endless and resounded in all directions. This was a ruthless massacre. Like azure hell, corpses were everywhere and blood dyed the sky. Chapter 3376. In just a few breaths of time, apart from the three people and the fire dragon, everyone else had died. The three people's marks were white and were 1 or 2 levels higher than the battle generals and beasts. Naturally, they could last a bit longer than them. But in this situation, even if they could last a bit longer, it would only be a matter of an instant. Don't kill us! The aura of death enveloped them. The three people roared in fear, using all kinds of laws as they desperately struggled. But it was meaningless. Qin Feiyang and the others all took a divine origency pill and coldly watched all of this. Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong were both ruthless masters. Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf, although he was very good to the people around him, he would never show mercy to his enemies. So, of course, they couldn't feel pity. Accompanied by a series of screams, the three people were completely destroyed in despair. Not even a strand of hair was left. The fire dragon wasn't much better off. Its body had already been destroyed and only a few strands of its soul remained. It was about to die. After all, its blood mark was different from the three people. Its blood mark was a fiery red and was one level higher than the white blood mark. Whether it was its recovery ability, defense, or attack, it was above the three people. So compared to the three, it could last longer. But it was still the same. Facing a sovereign weapon, no matter how powerful the blood mark was, it was useless. If nothing unexpected happened, the fire dragon would die without a doubt. And it would die immediately. But accidents often happened at critical moments. At this moment, a golden divine light came from the depths of the inner area and struck the horsetail whisk like lightning. HM? Qin Feiyang and the others' expressions changed. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the horsetail whisk was knocked back. The golden divine light also appeared. It was a 5-foot-long golden spear, as if it was made of gold, with a 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on it. A sovereign weapon! Pei Tianhong's expression changed. How is this possible? Our sky cloud boundary really does have another sovereign weapon. And it's in the Yin Devil land. This is definitely not an ownerless item. Wang Changyuan was also shocked. What secrets were hidden in the core area of the land of shadow devils? Clang! The golden spear's divine light was complete, and the 5-clawed golden dragon on the spear's body suddenly rushed out a dragon shadow. It let out a deafening dragon roar and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. The horsetail whisk flickered, and hurriedly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Wisps of divine light emerged, and turned into a snow-white crane. It was more than 1,000 feet long. With a loud and clear cry it swooped down. Rumble! The two beasts collided with a loud bang, and this place immediately turned into chaos, as if it was the scene of the beginning of the world. But then, the golden spear didn't continue fighting. It took the remaining wisps of fire dragon's soul and disappeared into the depths of the inner region without looking back. We can't let them escape. Chase them! Qin Feiyang bellowed. The horsetail whisk shook the sky and also disappeared into the inner region like lightning. Qin Feiyang and the other Sea of Qi had been destroyed, so they naturally didn't dare to step into the inner region. Because Frenzy's Sea of Qi had been destroyed, he couldn't use the power of the blood demon. Once they stepped into the inner region, they would be corroded by the power of the Yin demons, and would lose their lives in minutes. But if they stayed here, they could last until their Sea of Qi was repaired. After all, the Essence Sea Divine pills they had taken before were all made by Dan Wakai and had 7 dragon-shaped pill essences. Young master, what is going on? Wang Changyuan retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. It was completely out of their expectations. This is my first time in the land of shadow devils. You and old Pei have been here more than once. If even you don't know, how would I know? Qin Feiyang was helpless. He also wanted to understand, but his strength didn't allow it. It could be said that the appearance of the golden spear had completely messed up his sense of propriety. Where did the golden spear come from? What was in the inner region, the core area? What was the relationship between the fire dragon and the golden spear? All in all, because of the appearance of the golden spear, many questions popped up. But one thing was certain, the land of shadow devils wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. The water here was very deep. Frenzy was also pondering. He turned to Pei Tianhong and asked, Old Pei, since ancient times, has no one entered the inner and core areas of the sky cloud field? I don't know about the core area, but someone must have entered the inner region. But as you can see, the power of the Yin demons here isn't something we can withstand. Basically, no one comes back unless they are like me and only wander around the entrance. Pei Tianhong said in a deep voice. Frenzy heard this and laughed. Don't worry, I'll take you to the inner and core areas for a stroll. Hearing this, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the inner region and frown. Frankly speaking, before, they were very interested in the inner and core areas. But now that they saw the appearance of the golden spear, their hearts couldn't help but pound. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf, they would have turned around and left. This kind of place wasn't something they could set foot in. After a while, the whisk and the golden spear's aura had completely disappeared. They didn't know how far they had gone into the land of shadow devils. Fortunately, there were no beasts or other humans nearby. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang and the others might really be in danger. Because their qi was completely destroyed, they couldn't activate the profound laws. So even if a person or beast of the same realm came, it would be enough to kill them. However, after the collision of the two sovereign weapons, even if there were people or beasts nearby, they would absolutely not dare to take half a step into the lightning pool. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a while, looked at Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan and asked, "The sky cloud field seems to have a total of 4 areas. What about the other 3 forbidden areas?" "The same. There are the outer, the edge, the middle, the inner, and the core areas," Wang Changyuan said. "Then you haven't been to the inner and core areas of the 3 forbidden areas?" the white-eyed wolf asked. Although the other 3 forbidden areas don't have the power of the shadow devils, they are still extremely dangerous. As for the specific situation, I can't explain it clearly for the time being. You will know when you have the opportunity to enter. In short, the inner and core areas of the 4 forbidden areas are the real forbidden areas of the sky cloud field. Unless it's someone who doesn't know, no one dares to set foot there. Pei Tianhong explained. "The 4 forbidden areas," the white-eyed wolf murmured. It was really full of mystery. He then said, "So, when you cross the 4 forbidden areas, you will avoid the inner and core areas? This is common knowledge in the sky cloud field. Our several superforces usually directly activate the space-time law or space-time teleportation divine tools. And those who haven't mastered the space-time law and don't have space-time teleportation divine tools, if they want to go to the other side of the continent, they will definitely take a detour. After all, that is the real forbidden area that can't be set foot in." Pei Tianhong nodded. "A forbidden area that can't be set foot in," the white-eyed wolf murmured. He seemed to be a little excited. He turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. He smiled and said, "It seems that we won't be too bored in the sky cloud field in the future." Qin Feiyang and the madman rolled their eyes. Others would take a detour, but this guy was actually interested in going to take a look. However, this was their personality. If it wasn't dangerous, they wouldn't be willing to go. Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. They said so much just to cut off the curiosity of Qin Feiyang and the others. But the result was that it aroused their interest. It seemed that following these people in the future would be a lot of trouble. Time passed quietly. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf's qi were the first to recover. After all, their cultivation was lower than Pei Tianhong and the madman. Their recovery speed was also relatively faster. The madman and the white-eyed wolf immediately helped to absorb the Yin demon power in the 3 people's bodies. Then the madman used the power of the blood demon to set up a divine barrier to isolate the surrounding Yin demon power. The white-eyed wolf asked, "Why don't we go in now? If we go in, not only will we not be able to help, but we will also become a burden to the horsetail whisk. Moreover, the inner area is so big. If we get separated from it, the situation will undoubtedly be worse. So let's stay here," the madman said. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. In the end, it was up to Qin Feiyang to decide whether to go in or not. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Listen to senior brother, don't make a move first." "Okay." The white-eyed wolf nodded. However, before he finished speaking, several auras suddenly entered the perception of Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and the others were startled and quickly looked towards the inner area. It was because these auras had come from the inner region. What was going on? Could it be that there were still the claws of the fire dragon in the inner area? Chapter 3377. Pei Tianhong said in a deep voice. Let's retreat first. If they are really the fire dragon's minions, they will definitely have a white blood mark. You won't be able to beat them with your strength. Where can we retreat to now? Qin Feiyang muttered. Although the white-eyed wolf had the instant time, those auras were all at the perfection ruler realm. Furthermore, they were about to come out. Most importantly, if they were really the fire dragon's minions, they would definitely have supreme support god techniques. At that time, even if the white-eyed wolf used the instant time, he wouldn't be able to escape from under their eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he sent a message to the frenzied wolf. Senior brother, remove the barrier! The frenzied wolf's mind moved and the barrier collapsed. The blood demon's power returned to his body. At the same time, Qin Feiyang activated the concealment technique. The 4 people and 1 wolf disappeared without a trace. The moment they disappeared, 7 figures rushed out from the black fog in the inner region. They were 3 pairs of middle-aged men and women as well as an old woman. They were all wearing blood-red clothes and were filled with killing intent. The most eye-catching thing was the white blood mark on their forehead. As expected, they are the fire dragon's minions. There are 7 of them. Wang Changyuan's pupils contracted. I don't think it's that simple. I think the strength of these 7 should be around the same as the old man and the other 2. Qin Feiyang sent a message. Doesn't that mean they have supreme god techniques? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. I think so. Don't make any noise and let them think that we have left. The frenzied wolf, white-eyed wolf, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Changyuan all held their breaths. The 7 of them stood in the air and scanned below. Didn't Lord say that they were here? Where are they now? The old woman frowned. They are probably hiding somewhere to recover their Qi ocean. In any case, it's impossible for them to enter the inner region. After all, that man's sea of Qi has already been destroyed, and he can't isolate the Yin Devil's power. According to what you said, they are hiding in the central region? Yes. Not too long ago. They shouldn't have gone far. Let's spread out and search for them. We must get rid of them before they repair their Qi seas. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any other accidents. After a brief discussion, the 7 of them split up and headed towards the central region. Who? Qin Feiyang's group of 4, as well as the white-eyed wolf, couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Fortunately, these people were relatively careless and did not release their divine sense. Otherwise, they would not have been able to avoid the concealment art. The old woman in blood-red clothes suddenly turned back when the 7 of them had disappeared from her sight. She stood in the void not far away and scanned the boundary between the inner area and the central area. What is she doing? Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the others' hearts were in their throats again. At this time, the horsetail whisk was not here, and Pei Tianhong's and Wang Changyuan's Qi seas had not been repaired. If they were discovered by the old woman in blood-red clothes, then Qin Feiyang, the man and the white-eyed wolf's cultivation would only be waiting for death. Master seems to have said that Qin Feiyang has a divine art that can make him invisible. Could he be standing somewhere here and looking at me? The old woman in blood-red clothes murmured. After fighting with Qin Feiyang for so long, the fire dragon naturally knew Qin Feiyang's methods very well. Suddenly, a light flashed across the old woman's eyes as her divine sense surged out. Not good! Qin Feiyang's face suddenly changed as he shouted. White-eyed wolf, go directly into the inner region! Swish! The white-eyed wolf waved its claws and rolled up Qin Feiyang and the other 3. It activated the moment of time and instantly disappeared into the inner region. The aura of the power of law? Just as the white-eyed wolf activated the moment of time, the old woman in blood-red clothes immediately sensed it. She was slightly stunned, and then her divine sense turned into an invisible torrent that surged toward Qin Feiyang. In a flash, her divine sense enveloped them. The old woman in blood-red clothes immediately found Qin Feiyan and the others. She shouted, "They are here! Come here immediately!" As soon as she finished speaking, she activated an incredible divine art and quickly rushed into the inner region, falling toward Qin Feiyan and the others. At the same time, hearing the old woman's shout, the other 6 people immediately turned around and activated their incredible divine arts and rushed toward the inner region. The inner region! The black fog shrouded the area and severely affected the vision. However, although they could not see each other, they could sense each other's aura. The lunatic had also activated the power of the blood demon and formed another bounded domain to isolate the evil power around them. Because in the inner region, if they were not isolated, Qin Feiyan, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Changyuan would be killed in minutes. The white-eyed wolf led the other 4 people and kept activating the moment of time to escape. It was also because of the power of the blood demon and the law of time and space that the old woman in blood-red clothes could always locate Qin Feiyan and the others. Even her divine sense was firmly locked onto them. In addition, the distance between the 2 sides was not far. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Qin Feiyan and the others to use the black fog to get rid of the old woman. But then again, the power of the Yin demon was indeed terrifying. 4 people with cultivation like Qin Feiyan and the others, even if it was a dark night, no matter how thick the fog was, they would not be affected at all. But now, in the face of the black fog formed by the power of the Yin demon, their vision was completely blocked. They could only see 3 meters away at most. That was equivalent to being blind. "The 2 of you should hurry up!" The white-eyed wolf looked at Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan anxiously. Because of the difference in cultivation, even if they activated the moment of time, they could not get rid of the old woman. No! It should not be said like that. To be precise, after the old woman activated the heaven-defying auxiliary divine art, her speed was even faster than the white-eyed wolf's moment of time. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. Obviously, the old woman in blood-red clothes had mastered the supreme-level heaven-defying auxiliary divine art. "Soon," Pei Tianhong said. As long as he and Wang Changyuan's Sea of Qi was repaired, even if they could not get rid of the old woman, the other party would not be able to catch up with them. No! They could completely get rid of her. Because Pei Tianhong controlled the moment of time. Once he repaired his Sea of Qi, in terms of speed, the old woman in blood-red clothes and the others would not even be qualified to eat his dust. Wang Changyuan looked behind him. He could even see the figure of the old woman through the black fog. He frowned slightly. Then, he looked back at Qin Feiyan and the others and said, "Actually, this is not the problem that I am worried about. What I am most worried about is whether there are still the claws and fangs of the fire dragon in this area." Hearing this, whether it was Pei Tianhong, Qin Feiyan, or the white-eyed wolf, their hearts sank. In the end, it was because of their carelessness. They thought that the 3 old men in their 70s, the 100 warlords, the thousands of people and ferocious beasts with the blood mark, and the ferocious beasts with the blood mark were all that the fire dragon had. But who would have thought that there were still others? If they had been more cautious and taken precautions in advance, they would not have ended up in such a sorry state. "Your Dominator divine weapon went after the Master. Now no one can save you. So don't waste time. Just surrender." The old woman in blood-red clothes laughed at the back. Actually, she was in disbelief. After receiving the fire dragon's order, they immediately rushed over at full speed. They wanted to quickly finish off Qin Feiyan and the others before they recovered their Sea of Qi. But who would have thought? Qin Feiyan, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf had all recovered their Sea of Qi. If the 2 people and the wolf had recovered, then Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong must have recovered as well. At the same time, she could not help but feel lucky. At first, she had wanted to come alone so that she could enjoy the credit alone. But now, it was fortunate that the other 6 people came together. Otherwise, if she was alone, not only would she not be able to kill these people, she might even be killed. No! That was not possible. If she really came alone, she would definitely die in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. After all, Qin Feiyang was resourceful, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan were extremely powerful, and the Man and the White-Eyed Wolf also had heaven-defying abilities. They could help from the side. It could be said that any peak dominator would definitely die if they came to find them. Surrender? Old thing, don't be arrogant in front of us. We often encounter enemies stronger than you, and we are still alive. The White-Eyed Wolf snorted. But don't forget that this is the Een Devil Land. The old woman in blood-red clothes sneered. If it was outside, with Qin Feiyang's methods, he could indeed easily kill 7 people. However, there were too many restrictions in the Yinma land. There were many methods that Qin Feiyang could not use. The White-Eyed Wolf raised his eyebrows. Boom! At this moment, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan released a powerful aura at the same time. Their sea of qi was finally recovered. Pei Tianhong immediately took over from the White-Eyed Wolf and activated instant time. At the same time, his divine sense rolled out and locked onto the old woman in blood-red clothes. In the next moment, he appeared behind the old woman with Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang, Wang Changyuan, the White-Eyed Wolf, and the mad scientist were slightly stunned. Why did they run behind the old woman? But in the next moment, they understood. Pei Tianhong was going to counterattack. Decisive. Wang Changyuan activated the law of lightning's highest profound. Qin Feiyang, the White-Eyed Wolf, and the mad scientist all activated their strongest profound. Although they knew that their attack power could not cause any real damage to the old woman, it would still affect her more or less. Kill! Pei Tianhong roared. The law of time rolled out. Wang Changyuan's highest profound, the world-destroying lightning, also attacked the old woman in blood-red clothes. She knew that Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan's sea of qi had recovered, but she did not expect that Pei Tianhong would choose to attack her at this time. One had to know. Pei Tianhong brought Qin Feiyang and the others behind her. He had activated the moment of time, and his speed was several times faster than her when she activated the supreme-level support technique. This was not something she could deal with. Not to mention, it was such a sudden counterattack. There was no suspense. Before she could react, the law of intent drowned the old woman in blood-red clothes. Arg! The old woman's body was torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. But then, the blood character mark between the eyebrows of the old woman in the blood-red robe emitted a dazzling divine light. Her body, which had been torn apart, was pieced together and started to recover. Obviously, she was borrowing the power of the blood word mark. Without your partner's interference, you still want to recover your body? In your dreams! Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong's eyes were filled with murderous intent as they activated their profound once again. No! Seeing this, the old woman in blood-red clothes roared in horror. Boom! The next moment, with a cry of despair, the old woman's body, which had just been pieced together and had yet to heal, was torn apart again. Then, under the bombardment of the power of laws, it was smashed into pieces. But it was not over yet. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan seemed to be venting their anger. The law of time surged and destroyed the remains of the old woman's body. Not even a drop of blood was left. She was completely destroyed. Chapter 3378. It's not easy to finally kill one. Wang Changyuan sighed. Although they had fought a few times, they were all killed by the horsetail whisk. They had only killed a few beasts at the beginning. The key was that those beasts were only at the perfect dominator realm, and only had blood-colored marks. They didn't kill any perfect dominator realm beasts or humans. So, this blood-robed old woman was the first. There are still 6 left. The hunt isn't over yet. Pei Tianhong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Previously, when they faced the old man in his 70s, there were too many of them. Now that there were only 7 of them, they would take revenge. Since that's the case, let's leave the inner region first. This way, our vision won't be obstructed and it'll be easier to fight. Wang Changyuan thought for a moment, and said, No! Right here! Pei Tianhong scanned the Yin Devil energy outside the barrier and transmitted his voice. We should be able to hold on for about 50 breaths of time with the Yin Devil energy here. When the 6 of them get close, we'll disperse the barrier and hide our presence so that they won't be able to find us. This way, we can wait for an opportunity to kill them instantly. I agree with old Pei's suggestion. After all, the 6 of them have blood-colored marks and they should have mastered the ultimate meaning. If we fight them head-on, we might not be able to kill them. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. We'll wait here. Wang Changyuan nodded. He might refute Pei Tianhong's words, but he would definitely obey Qin Feiyang's words unconditionally. Not far away, the 3 pairs of middle-aged men and women also heard the blood-robed old woman scream and revealed a trace of surprise on their faces. It's impossible! Wasn't the other party's Sea of Qi destroyed? The sovereign divine weapon also chased after their lord. With Qin Feiyang's current strength, how could they kill that old witch? There must be a problem here. The 6 of them looked at each other and rushed towards the direction of the scream. They were all secretly vigilant. What is this aura? It's so special. It feels like the Yin demon force, but it doesn't seem like it. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged women had a trace of suspicion in her eyes. She sensed the aura of the blood demon. The blood demon's power was a combination of the Yin demon's power and the evil demon's power, so she couldn't tell for a while. When the other 5 heard this, their expressions were also filled with doubt. This aura is coming from where the old witch screamed. Be careful. A middle-aged man secretly warned. Then let's retract our auras, another middle-aged woman said. Decisive. The 6 of them retracted their auras and quietly shuttled through the thick black fog like 6 ghosts. As the 6 of them retracted their auras, Qin Feiyang and the others frowned. This was because they had long sensed the auras of the 6 people. Wang Changyuan transmitted his voice. Seems like they've already sensed the presence of the blood demon power. It's all right. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. After about 5 or 6 breaths of time, he activated the concealment art again. The group of people didn't move at all and just stood where the old woman died. But because they had activated the concealment art, they couldn't see any traces of them. When the man retracted the barrier created by the blood demon power, not only did they disappear, even their auras disappeared. Now, the concealment art can be activated twice. Wang Changyuan thought. I just hope they don't release their divine sense. If they release their divine sense, the concealment art will lose its effect. Don't worry, they don't dare to release their divine sense right now because releasing it is the same as exposing their location. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That's true. Wang Changyuan nodded. At the same time, the 6 of them were slightly surprised as they sensed the disappearance of the blood demon power. They couldn't have retracted their auras and hidden somewhere to ambush us, right? A middle-aged man with a mole at the corner of his eye couldn't help but frown. Ambush? Not to mention that their Qi hasn't recovered yet. Even if they did, they wouldn't be a threat to us. Moreover, we aren't afraid of the Yin demon power in the inner area, but they are different. Other than the Man and that Wolf King, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 won't be able to hold on for long. So, as long as they are a bit smarter, they wouldn't choose to fight us here. A red-haired woman sneered. Then why do you think their auras disappeared? The black mole man asked. Is there a need to think about it? They must have sensed us coming so they ran away. The red-haired woman said in disdain. Actually, the red-haired woman's words made sense. According to their original plan, Qin Feiyang and the others were prepared to wait for Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan to recover their Qi before leaving and not fight with the 7 of them. But who would have thought that Pei Tianhong would have such a bad temper? To counterattack. Since they had this intention and had this opportunity, then Qin Feiyang and the others would naturally cooperate. In other words, the red-haired woman's deduction could only be applied to ordinary people. For those who didn't walk the normal path, if you made such a judgment, you would be seeking your own death. The 6 of them didn't think too much, but after all, they were people with such cultivation, so they didn't let down their guard and quickly approached the place where the blood-red old woman died. After a few breaths, the 6 of them finally appeared in the sight of Qin Feiyan and the others. The distance between the two sides was only 3 or 4 meters. Where's the body? The 6 of them scanned the ground, their eyes full of shock. Even if the blood-red old woman died here, there should be a body. But now, there was nothing. Could it be that the blood-red old woman was joking with them? But that couldn't be right. As the blood-red old woman's companions, they knew her character very well. She wasn't someone who would joke. Moreover, no one would be in the mood to joke in this situation. Could it be? The 6 of them suddenly looked at each other, and the same thought crawled up in their minds at the same time. Thinking of this, their scalps couldn't help but tingle. The blood-red old woman had the power to remove the blood mark, so she was almost immortal. It would be difficult to kill her, let alone destroy her. If that was the case, the sea of Qi of Qin Feiyang and the others must have been repaired. But the speed of repair was too fast. They didn't know that Qin Feiyang had 7 primordial sea divine pills with dragon-shaped elixirs, so they calculated the time according to the normal rate of 1 or 2, or 3 or 4. No! Pei Tianhong is the master of the Blood Hall. He must have high-level primordial sea divine pills. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man with a black mole exclaimed. He finally realized how important it was that they had overlooked something. However, before the middle-aged man with a black mole could finish his words, Qin Feiyang and the others rushed out from behind the 6 of them. All kinds of profound skills were activated in an instant, smashing towards the 6 of them. The 6 of them quivered and were about to dodge. But their speed and reaction were still one step too late. All kinds of profound meanings and super skills smashed crazily, drowning the 6 of them in an instant. Screams followed. Such a sudden sneak attack, even if they had supreme-level armor, they couldn't activate it in time. Boom! Their bodies were torn apart on the spot. But it was the same as the blood-red old woman's situation. After their bodies were torn apart, the power of the blood mark immediately helped them repair their bodies. However, would Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan give them the chance? Obviously not. The profound meanings of the law surged out and crazily crushed the bodies of the 6 people. A few seconds later, along with the wail, the souls of the 6 were destroyed. Not even their bones were left. Even their heaven-defying weapons were destroyed. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan finally vented their anger. Chapter 3379. It's done! Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf finally heaved a sigh of relief. White-Eyed Wolf looked at Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan, grinning. Old Pei, old Wang, amazing! Wang Changyuan laughed. It's all thanks to young master. If not for young master's concealment art, we wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Pei Tianhong also nodded. This wasn't flattery, because it was true. The concealment art provided them with the best conditions, and the other party was too conceited, so it was natural for the sneak attack to succeed. If they didn't succeed, then it wouldn't make sense. Flatterer. White-Eyed Wolf rolled his eyes, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and asked, What about now? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the depths of the inner area, pondered for a moment, and said, Let's go to the entrance and wait. No matter what, he couldn't get separated from the horsetail whisk. Back to the entrance. Frenzy opened a barrier to protect Qin Feiyang and the others, and then stepped into the inner area again to continue absorbing the Yin demon power. Nearby, it was also very quiet. There was not a single trace of a beast. Somewhere in the inner area, a golden divine light, a white divine light, one in front and one behind, crazily chased after each other. It was the horsetail whisk and the golden spear. Boom! The aura of the sovereign divine weapon, how terrifying was that? Wherever it went, the mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the void collapsed. It was like the scene of the end of the world. What? They actually died too? Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. It was the remaining soul of the fire dragon. Dead? The horsetail whisk muttered, and then sneered. I thought that your claws were strong, but it turns out that they're only SOSO. What are you so proud of? You didn't kill them? Fire Dragon roared. Fortunately, you didn't meet me, otherwise your claws would have killed a large number of them in an instant, without even having the chance to struggle. The horsetail whisk was extremely disdainful. But in its heart, it was rather surprised. It didn't expect Qin Feiyang and the others to be able to kill those 7 claws. During this period, it was quite worried. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others had their sea of qi destroyed. The fire dragon was furious, but he suddenly changed the topic. Why are you working for him? Isn't it good to follow us? With Lord Ice Dragon as your backer, who would dare to touch you? What a joke! It was because I followed it that I fell into Qin Feiyang's hands. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Now that he mentioned it, the horsetail whisk couldn't help but get angry. Why did the blood hall go against Qin Feiyang? Wasn't it because he obeyed the Ice Dragon's orders? And in the end? The blood hall was caught in a bitter battle. What was Ice Dragon doing? Although Little Rabbit ran over to intercept, with Ice Dragon's strength, if it was willing to attack, would Little Rabbit be able to stop it? Get to the bottom of it. Or did Ice Dragon not value the blood hall at all? In the eyes of the Ice Dragon, they were nothing but cannon fodder. Even if they were destroyed by Qin Feiyang, it would not lose anything. So ruthless, so cold, who would be willing to follow it? Even if it had not been forced by Qin Feiyang to swear a blood oath and successfully escaped, it would not have gone to find Ice Dragon again. If it could not afford to provoke it, how could it hide? Because of Lord Ice Dragon, you fell into Qin Feiyang's hands? Hearing this, the fire dragon was somewhat baffled. Looking at this sovereign divine weapon, it seemed to have a prejudice against Lord Ice Dragon. The horsetail whisk did not waste any more words with it, and said to the golden spear, Is there any point in continuing to run like this? Whether there is any point or not, I don't know, but if you continue to chase like this, I guarantee that you will regret it. The golden spear said coldly, its tone revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Hearing this, the horsetail whisk was shocked. As a sovereign divine weapon, it had a better understanding of sovereign divine weapons. There was no need to scare the other party at their level. In other words, in this land of devils, there might be something that could even threaten it. In addition, Qin Feiyang and the others are not as safe as you think. You have to be sensible and quickly take them away from the devil land, the golden spear said again. Hearing this, the horsetail whisk was shocked and immediately hesitated. Should it chase or not? Entrance. Wang Changyuan looked around and said with a smile, Now, no one will come to find trouble with us. Not necessarily. It's never wrong to be careful, Qin Feiyang said. However, they did not know that on a mountain peak not far away, there was an old man and a young man. No one knew when they came, but they did not have any aura, like 2 ghosts. Even Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan did not notice them. The young man was a young man wearing a golden robe. His age was similar to Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. His long hair looked like it was dyed with gold leaf, making him look like jade and extraordinary. That old man appeared to be over 70 years old. He was wearing a fiery red gown. His hair, beard, eyebrows, and pupils were all deep red like fire. From afar, he looked like a ball of fire. Your Highness, how do you feel? The old man in the red robe looked at Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf from afar and said with a smile, It's SOSO. The young man in the golden robe smiled faintly. The old man in the red robe was stunned and asked, Even that wolf king is SOSO? The young man in the golden robe looked at the white-eyed wolf and shook his head. It is indeed very strong. It has 3 supreme laws, but it has not grown yet, so it is not a big threat to us. But it will grow sooner or later. The old man in the red robe smiled meaningfully. Grow? Then you have to ask, if I, the dragons, agree? The young man in the golden robe had a faint smile on his face, but his tone was domineering that could not be ignored. A smile surfaced on the face of the fire-clothed old man when he heard this. Purple gold dragon blood. The young man in the golden robe murmured. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I want to see how powerful the purple gold dragon blood is. Whoosh! As his voice fell, the young man in the golden robe took a step forward, and a monstrous aura suddenly erupted. The old man in the red robe shook his head and smiled. He also took a step forward and followed unhurriedly. Just as the young man in the golden robe's aura erupted, Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They immediately looked up and saw the old man and the young man walking in the air and landing in front of them. Who are you? Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan immediately became vigilant. However, the young man in the golden robe ignored them and glanced directly at Qin Feiyang. He did not even look at the white-eyed wolf, as if they were air. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were also looking at the two of them. But when they saw the glabella of the two, their pupils suddenly shrank. The white-eyed wolf secretly said, Little Qin Zi, look at their glabella. I see it. Qin Feiyang muttered. There was no blood mark between the eyebrows of the two. In other words, they should not be the claws of the fire dragon. But what surprised Qin Feiyang was that although the two of them did not have the blood mark, they did not seem to be affected by the power of the Yin demon. Moreover, in the depths of Qin Feiyang's heart, an inexplicable emotion suddenly emerged. This emotion was killing intent. That's right. For some reason, although it was the first time he saw the young man in the golden robe, he felt as if he had met an old enemy, and a killing intent emerged uncontrollably from his heart. This made him very puzzled. This had never happened before. How could this be? Who the hell are you? Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan also noticed this. Furthermore, he also discovered that the all-pervasive Yin demon power was actually wandering around the two of them, and did not actually enter their bodies. However, the young man in the golden robe still ignored them, as if there was only Qin Feiyang in his eyes. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and sent a sound transmission. Little Pei Zi, little Wang Zi, can you see through their cultivation? Yes. The old man is a great perfection dominator. The young man is a great perfection dominator. But, Pei Tianhong sent a sound transmission, but at this point, his pupils shrank as he stared at the old man in the red robe, as if there was a trace of puzzlement and fear. Hurry up and say it, but what? The white-eyed wolf urged. Why did he only say half the sentence and deliberately leave them hanging? Chapter 3380. Although he is also a great perfection sovereign, he gives me a great sense of crisis. Pei Tianhong transmitted. I have the same feeling too. Moreover, the sense of danger he brings to me should be even stronger than the sense of danger old Pei feels. Wang Changyuan also transmitted. Because his strength wasn't as strong as Pei Tianhong. The sense of crisis was naturally stronger than Pei Tianhong. What? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked. Not to mention Wang Changyuan, even Pei Tianhong could feel a sense of crisis. Who was Pei Tianhong? He was once the overlord of the Western continent, the strongest existence in the sky cloud boundary. How strong was the person who could make him feel a sense of crisis? The white-eyed wolf secretly said. You haven't seen them before? No impression at all. Pei Tianhong transmitted. Could it be that they aren't from the sky cloud boundary? The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. I don't know. Pei Tianhong shook his head and then sighed. Perhaps it is as you said. The sky cloud boundary isn't as simple as it seems. Qin Feiyang and the other two were secretly communicating with the white-eyed wolf. The golden-clothed youth and the flame-clothed old man were also silent. The flame-clothed old man's eyes were calm. However, the golden-clothed youth's eyes gradually became sharp as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and cupped his hands. May I ask who the two of you are? Idlers. The flame-clothed old man smiled faintly. He looked harmless and seemed to have no ill intentions. However, Qin Feiyang felt a cold intent from the flame-clothed old man. He was a little confused. He clearly looked like a harmless person. Why would he give him such a chill? "Let me experience how strong your purple-gold dragon bloodline is!" Boom! The golden-clothed youth suddenly spoke. As his voice fell, a law of thunder erupted. It turned into lightning and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Both Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's expressions changed when they heard the golden-clothed young man's words. The other party actually knew about his bloodline power? How could this be possible? Ever since he had taken Qin Baishan's medicinal pills in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons, Qin Feiyang's bloodline power had not changed back. His divine dragon aura had been concealed, and the color of his blood was the same as an ordinary person's. Not to mention outsiders, even Qin Feiyang himself would not be able to tell that it was purple gold dragon blood if he did not know in advance. However, the golden-robed young man in front of him had directly identified the power of his bloodline. Why was that? At the same time, Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong also looked at the golden-clothed youth and Qin Feiyang in shock. Purple gold dragon blood? What was going on? The purple gold dragon blood, people of their status naturally knew that it was the unique bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon. Why did the golden-clothed youth say that to Qin Feiyang? Could it be that Qin Feiyang's bloodline power was the purple gold dragon blood? That was not right. Whether it was as an enemy in the past or as an ally now, they had all seen Qin Feiyang's blood. It was the bloodline power of an ordinary person, and it was completely different from the purple gold dragon blood. "Why aren't you protecting him?" the white-eyed wolf shouted. Pei Tianhong and the other man quivered and came back to their senses. They immediately stood in front of Qin Feiyang and sent forth a palm strike. The surging lightning-like power was immediately shattered into pieces. Seeing their actions, the golden-clothed youth could not help but frown. The old man in red noticed the change in the golden-clothed youth's expression and immediately smiled. He took a step forward, looked at Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan, and said in a hoarse voice, "This is just an ordinary spar. Please step aside and watch quietly." "Spar?" Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan looked at each other. With the golden-clothed youth's aggressive aura, it did not seem like he was here to spar. Seeing that the two were indifferent, the old man in red was not angry. He laughed and said, "This old man has an old habit. I never repeat a sentence twice." As his voice fell, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared. "This is..." Qin Feiyang, Wang Changyuan, and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. It was the supreme profundity of the time law, instant time. No wonder even Pei Tianhong felt threatened. It turned out that he had mastered the supreme profundity of the strongest law. In the next instant, the old man in red appeared in front of Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan. He raised his old hands and slapped them. Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan looked at each other and snorted. They raised their arms at the same time, and the time law and lightning law rolled out as they threw a punch. "Hee hee!" But the old man in red only laughed in a hoarse voice. The time law appeared in the palm of his left hand. The power law appeared in the palm of his right hand. Then, the old man in red's left hand met Pei Tianhong's fist. His right hand met Wang Changyuan's fist. Boom! The fist and palm met in an instant. The three of them took a step back at the same time. Although they were evenly matched, the expressions on the three people's faces were as different as heaven and earth. The old man in red was as calm as ever. However, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan were shocked. "Old Wang, what's wrong with you?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at Wang Changyuan in surprise. Although the three of them did not activate their profundity of the law and were purely using the power of the law, Wang Changyuan's lightning law had already reached the level of supreme profundity. But at this moment, facing the old man's power law, it was actually evenly matched? Looking at Wang Changyuan again. If it was in the past, facing Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's questions, he would definitely answer immediately. But this time, he seemed to have not heard anything as he stared at the old man in red, his eyes filled with disbelief. The old man in red looked at Pei Tianhong and the white-eyed wolf and said with a faint smile, "Then now, can you quietly stay by the side and watch the battle?" The two of them looked at each other and decisively returned to Qin Feiyang's side. "What's going on?" The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Pei Tianhong secretly said, "Not good. This person not only grasped the supreme profundity of the time law, but also grasped the supreme profundity of the power law." "What?" "The supreme profundity of the power law." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf turned pale with fright. A person grasping two supreme profundities, other than the white-eyed wolf, they had never seen such a person in the sky cloud realm. No wonder Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan felt a sense of danger from this person. No wonder Wang Changyuan was unable to defeat him. It turned out that the other party's power law had also reached the supreme profundity level. "Young master, these two people's identities are definitely not simple. You must be careful." Pei Tianhong transmitted his voice. His tone was extremely solemn. Not to mention Qin Feiyang, even he, the former overlord of the Western continent, had never heard of anyone in the sky cloud realm who grasped two supreme profundities. He couldn't help but doubt. Were these two people in front of him really from the sky cloud realm? "I will." Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. Whether it was the old man's strength or his understanding of the purple gold dragon blood, it had exceeded his expectations. If there was no accident, these two people must be related to Ice Dragon. Even if they weren't related, they must know each other. Because in the sky cloud realm, only Ice Dragon knew that he possessed the power of the purple gold dragon blood. Moreover, he had just fought with the fire dragon, and these two people appeared now. Was this a coincidence? In fact, what Qin Feiyang was most concerned about was that inexplicable emotion. The moment the young man in golden clothes attacked him, not only did the killing intent in his heart become stronger than before, it even gave birth to an inexplicable disgust. Wait! Could it be because of the power of the bloodline? He had the purple gold dragon blood, and if the other party also had the power of the divine dragon blood, in other words, this young man in golden clothes might not be a human, but a divine dragon? But that wasn't right. When he faced dragons in the past, he had the pure divine dragon blood, but at that time, he didn't have this kind of emotion. Why was that? And at this moment, he didn't feel the aura of a divine dragon from the two people. Rumble! Kacha! Just as Qin Feiyang was pondering, the young man in golden clothes appeared again, and the law of thunder rolled out. Whether it was the void behind the young man in golden clothes or above his head, it all turned into a sea of thunder. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky like giant pythons, and the heavenly might rolled and shattered in all directions. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.